Asi ještě Vašek přijde. OK.
We can start recording and then we will.
Tak já mu zavolám, něco připravím. Okay, because he promised me that he's going, but I still see only 3 participants. So now Mr. Dean. Tak, Vašku, už můžeš. No, zkus ten první Monday. Budu 4 linky. No, okay. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so, okay, dear participants, dear guests, welcome on kickoff meeting of our Ende group. Let me thank very much to David for organizing and putting us all together. This is the first meeting, actually a real meeting, because we are about to know each other, not only know the project, but know each other, and to start this beautiful cooperation for the next 3 years, almost 3 years. So I hope it will be very valuable. Before we will start, let me introduce to you and to welcome on our meeting, unfortunately only online because of health reason, the Dean of the Faculty, Professor Václav Stehlik. He found the time to join us for a couple of minutes at the beginning. So I'm giving the floor to him just to say a few words and to welcome you on our faculty.
Yes, thank you very much, Andrei, for introducing me. And very shortly, I would like to welcome you all here at the Faculty of Law in Olomouc, either in presence, that's very fine, and also virtually online, those of you who are, as me, online. I'm sure that the sessions will be successful, so I hope it will be successful, and I'm sure it will. And I hope that the whole project will be successful. We will do our best for this. And I also hope that the project and our sessions will be a very good basis for future cooperation, also other projects. So I hope that we will have also this effect of our sessions and meetings. Those of you who are in Olomouc, actually, though the weather is not fine these days, I hope you will also enjoy Olomouc, which is one of the germs of the Central Europe, I would say. So enjoy not only the formal sessions, but also, let's say, informal meetings and discussing with colleagues, which is very valuable in this regard, and also enjoy Olomouc. As I said, you are very much welcome in Olomouc, the Faculty of Law. And let me, at the end, also thank all the organizers, not only from Olomouc, but also from other universities who helped to start this cooperation, prepare this session, but also the whole project. Thank you very much for this. As I said, I hope and I'm sure it will be successful. So thank you very much for this, and let's enjoy the sessions. Thank you very much. Andrei, the floor is now yours.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Dean. I wanted to welcome you also on behalf of me. My name is Ende Hamulák. I'm a Vice Dean for Science and Research on this faculty. I'm sure that also my colleague, Professor Blanka Vítova, will also join me in welcoming you. Blanka is a Vice Dean for Organization and Internal Affairs on our faculty, and also one of the members of the Olomouc team in Ende. We have also some other members. One of them is Professor Stehlik, and then the experts from European Law Department, who are actually not capable to join us today because they have a doctoral students workshop. So there is a lot of there are a lot of actions or a lot of events in some time conflict. But maybe Professor Peter will join us in the course of the day or maybe tomorrow. So we will see also some other people. I'm not going to speak about the project itself because it's the floor and the main task of Professor Troitino, and as the head of our research network. I will just very shortly introduce you our faculty, but lately about our tasks I will speak according to the program. Very shortly, the Faculty of Law of the Palacký University is the third largest faculty of law in the Czech Republic. We are the part of the second oldest university. You are now in Moravia, which is one of the two historical regions of the Czech Republic. One is Bohemia with the capital of Prague, and the second one is Moravia with the historical capital of Olomouc. Moravia has the two capitals. One is in Brno, which is rather modern, technical, and industrial, but the historical capital is Olomouc. Also because our city was hosting a university. And our university is celebrating this year 450 years, so it's the second oldest and one of the oldest universities in the Central European region. We have 8 faculties, several research institutes. Faculty of Law was re-established in 1991. We were actually the first, let's say, free faculty without any communist history. Because this faculty of Law and Law Studies existed in Olomouc even in the 17th and 18th century. So the Faculty of Law was the part of this university for a very long period. But during the communist time, it was decided that there is no need to have freedom and right fighters. Therefore, the Faculty of Law in Olomouc was never organized, even though and never opened, even though it existed via law even during the period of after Second World War, so during the communist time period. But just in 1991, it was decided to reopen the Faculty of Law to educate the new generation of the lawyers for a free and democracy period of the history, and we were the first after the first, let's say, free faculty with no communist history on the east from the Berlin Wall. University is very developing, and you will see also the development, very recent development from the window, which is just behind you. You can see a new building with the green walls, which is our university innovation and transfer of technology hub. And the part of our program will be also the visit of it. So you will know something more about the recent developments of the university. About the faculty, I will tell you more about the questions of digital developments, digital law, when we will speak about our board packages. Now I think it's time to start working on our Ende network, and therefore I'm giving floor to David, our main coordinator, and David and lately Victoria will tell us something about the more organizational and the general logic, focus, aims, and the objectives of the project we are now starting and meeting for the first time on this kickoff meeting in Olomouc. Thank you for coming. Thank you for also those who are online. And I hope we will have a fruitful but also enjoyable 2 days of our meeting. So thank you for having you here.
Should I go there?
Yeah, it's better maybe if you come here, because then the others, the people online will see you.
So, hello to all of you. Thank you for coming, and thank you for participating in the network. Main idea of this network, I mean, more or less, you know, in general approach, we have the task to provide to the European Union, to the European Commission, with some research on what the European Union can do in order to have a more digital approach. This project is a research project, which means that it depends a lot on us, and there is not so many delivers we had to give to the European Commission, but more our research and our work together. Main idea of this first meeting is that we know each other and we start to understand what the other people is doing. And little by little, we start somehow coordinating our research. I mean, I don't expect like a big impact result from this first meeting, more than we know each other. And then we start I will say more in next year, in January, something like that, when we have already the web page and we have the digital platform that the University of Vigo is in charge. Then we should start working more together and try to combine our research. All of us have some background in the link with the main topic of the network. Okay, so in that sense, we have law, we have politics, we have different aspects that can be combined in order to present solutions or proposals to European Commission. Main idea here is that the European Commission, European Union based on citizens, European Union can provide solutions to these citizens. So digital aspects provide them, let's say, more efficient common management. So European Union citizens will feel more attached to European Union. European Union will do best work for the citizens. So this is our main task. We can do it from many different perspectives. We have economy, we have law, we have politics, as I said, we have different aspects. So in that sense, there is digital solutions all over the planet. In Estonia, I mean, in Spanish, but live in Estonia for 21 years. We have a lot of e-governance and a lot of digital implementation. In that sense, we are not focusing on what is done in the digital aspect, but we are focusing on what European Union can do, which is not the same. Okay? In Estonia, it's a small country, it has the limitations, but also have facilities in order to implement digitalization because, let's say, the bureaucracy is much slower, the customers, clients, citizens are much less. So in that sense, not everything that has been done in Estonia can be implemented in the European Union level. Okay. We also have to think about the idea of a spillover effect, what can be done, what that will bring more integration for the European Union. So in that sense, the digital aspect is providing us a new platform that we can contribute to the European integration. Main target of this in this network. So, I mean, I have a document with all these main targets that I will share, that Victoria will share with all of you when we finish this project, this meeting, sorry. Main thing, main objective of this is to collect, share, and discuss among us the findings in digital aspects on the European Union level. Okay, so two main things: digital aspects, European Union. We cannot do just digital aspects. We cannot just do European Union. Okay, we have to try to combine both. Okay, so with that, we will have several meetings with the officials from the European Commission, and we will present them our findings or our suggestions or our research. Okay. It's a complicated and nice project at the same time. It's complicated because it depends a lot on us. And I mean, we are already grown-ups, we are professors, we are working on this field. All of you have some expertise, as I said you. I mean, I know half of the network already. The other half I just found in internet, like the Jean Monnet stuff. So all of us are working on that, and we are, I guess, all of us serious people in our fields. So a lot depends on us, in the sense that we have to really somehow coordinate. We have to find our common interests and try to provide these solutions. I say a lot depends on us because there is not a specific delivery that we have to provide in that sense to the European Commission. Okay, so we can make suggestions, but there is not in the project, the grant agreement, this delivers. I mean, there are some delivers that could be like the web page, the social media, and so on and so on and so on. Okay, but this depends on the working groups, not in all the researchers. So in terms of researching, depends on us. I hope we can coordinate good. I will try not to bother you very much, and I hope Victoria bothers you a lot, not me. But at some point, that my main idea, what I want to say is that we really have to have this positive approach, and we have to try to collaborate to each other. Okay, so we have now I will introduce a little bit myself, that you know who I am. Some of you don't know me. So David from Spain, from Salamanca, University of Salamanca, 800 years old university, older than Olomouc. One of the oldest universities in the world, third oldest university in the planet. So very old university. But I work in Taltech University in Estonia. I have been living 21 years in Estonia. I have 3 bachelors in international relations, in history, and in the economy. I have master and PhD in the European Union studies from the University of Salamanca. So I have been teaching 21 years in Estonia. I mean, I have been teaching 21 years. I have been teaching just in Estonia in my whole life. So always focus on European Union studies. So from different perspectives, before I was working in the international relations faculty, but they closed that faculty, and now I am working in the law faculty. I'm not a law by any means, but I'm teaching European Union courses in the law faculty. I'm doing several projects, and before I had this Jamonet model, then now I have the chair on the digital development of the European Union. Now we have this network. I have had other projects linked with European Union, some with Celso. We have 2 projects together, one about the remembrance and citizens. Okay, so this is also linked somehow with this idea. And lately, or the last years, I'm trying to focus on this combination of the place where I live, that is Estonia, and my expertise, that is European Union. So Estonia, we have a highly developed e-governance, e-Estonia, and all this stuff. So somehow it's the future for the European Union, in my opinion, in the sense that it can provide us with a floor to deeper integrate the Union with new policies or new aspects that have not been explored so far because did not exist. Also, this will provide us with the facility in order not to have so much obstacles from the member states, in the sense that they have not developed so far their e-governance to the extent that will have a collision with the European Union interest. So basically, when my research, I'm focusing on the implementation of e-governance, governance, and the link with citizens. So the idea of citizenship is very important in my research, in the European Union citizenship, in the sense that all of us, or most of us, are European Union citizens, and regardless of our nationality. So we have the member state citizenship, European Union, and what we can do from the European Union perspective in order to increase these rights and participation of the citizens. So this is more or less my main focus on research right now. The idea of the network just came looking for the necessities of the European Union, and link with the chair I have on the digital development of the European Union. So with this network, my main idea, building the team that, as I said, I contact all of you, was to provide these solutions make some research, provide some alternatives to European Union. Always thinking in this idea of a deeper integration. In that sense, one of our first partners that could not come today, that is Ricardo Martín de la Guardia, this, from the University of Valladolid. He's a historian and the German chair also. And main idea is that he's going to focus his research on what fields can provide us with more potential for deeper integration. And then he will share that with the digital aspects that we can implement. So in that sense, speaking with him, the main idea that, and luckily he's not here, he was going to come, but some bureaucracy problems in the last moment did not allow him to come from his own university. But the main idea is that he will make this preliminary research. They have in charge of one work packages. We will speak later about that. And this will provide us with this base of where should we try to coordinate our, all of it is going to be suggestions, okay? And after you are going to be the people who is going to make the research. We will coordinate all of that after that. So with that, what I mean is that we will try to frame a little when we have already the project running. This is the kickoff, just to meet each other, okay? So that we know who we are, what we do, as I said at the beginning. And after we will have to frame a little bit this. We will start with Ricardo. The idea of the project is to have 6 meetings during the whole project, so 2 meetings a year. The rest will be done online. I mean, the meetings can be also online. So we have the first meeting here in Olomouc. Then second meeting, we will have it in spring in Valladolid, in Spain. Then third meeting, I still have to think about it. Fourth meeting will be in Vigo. Yeah, just went away but anyway, yeah, I will send you all the calendar of the meetings. The main idea is to have these 6 meetings, okay? So one will be Valladolid for sure, another one will be in the Vigo for sure, University of Vigo in Spain. Then we'll have another meeting in Macerata in Italy. And then we'll have 2 meetings in Tallinn, or 1 meeting in Tallinn and 1 meeting in another partner. I still have to decide how to organize that. I am a little bit afraid of making 2 meetings in Tallinn because we are in the corner of Europe, very far. So it's like complicated, not so easy to arrive. Olomouc is also not so easy, but it's in the central location, which is more convenient for most of the partners. So, I mean, so far, I think I have enough for this introduction for the network. Sorry. Do you have any questions? Something you want to add? Something you want to say? More or less, we understand the main concept. So. So funding, we got the whole budget is 800,000 euros for the whole network. Here I have the meeting. So second meeting will be in Valladolid in spring. The third meeting will be in Tallinn or other location in October next year. Then Vigo in spring. Fifth meeting will be in October in 2025 in Macerata in Italy. Then the final meeting, and we will have a conference, will be in Tallinn. There we will present the whole results of the project, and we will try to make like a big kind of conference in Estonia. Okay, this will be the last of our meetings. So in all the meetings, the participants, they have to pay their own transportation, and the host will pay the accommodation. Okay, like a descendant here. Work plan, I mean, what we aim to is what I said you, to make this research, make these proposals to the European Union, increase this awareness of digital transformation in the society. So basically what it means that all the partners have to have some institutional partner in their own countries in order to provide or to suggest them some digital innovation for the administration. And then we will try to see if it works or not. And then if it works, I mean, if it's, they can apply it or not, then to have these proposals to the European Commission with some practical example. Okay, this is one of the main things that all the partners have to do. In Estonia, we have it already with the Ministry of Education. We have already reached an agreement with them. I think you also say me something that you already have some partners also. You say me, no? Or you were thinking about someone already? Like, no, still not. But anyway, the main thing with this is to try to find some institutional administrative partner, can be whatever, propose some digital solution, digital tool, digital aspect to manage with administration or common management of things, and then see if we can extrapolate that to the European Union. Okay, so that the main idea with that is very theoretical. It's like with our research can be practical. Okay, so this is the main thing. We want to, I mean, I insist, the project is research project, but we want to provide with some practical solutions to the European Union. So we research, we try to find some partner in our countries that they can implement this research that we have done. Okay, so one of the main things of that.
Apologies.
Yeah.
Jaap Kaval from the University of Milan. I'm very sorry that I arrived a bit late. I went to meet with people in the Faculty of Science. It's a very nice faculty. Actually, we already had also a partner in mind, but we had a question regarding what you consider as a public partner. So I'll tell you, we have very good relationships and traditional relationship with the Portuguese Association of Judges, which is currently in a considerable and interesting project to implement AI in the context of judicial decisions in Portugal. For us, this would be the ideal part, because they have this project in which we can provide some guidance and interesting guidance, considering considerations of data protection and considerations of AI regulation, regulation similar. If you go very technical, they are not a public entity.
We are not so strict on that, so we have a wide perception of the. Okay, so it's perfectly fine, no problem at all.
Then I'll confer with Professor Alessandro, which sends a regards to
Perfect. So this for all the partners. Okay, so we don't need to be strictly administrative public administration organization, but can be any organization, like for example this, that is not strictly public, but is linked with public administration somehow. Okay, so yeah, thank you for the. Sorry.
So if I understand correctly,
yeah,
like all of the partners to find.
Yeah, one partner per.
Where we will pilot test.
Yeah, something exactly.
When?
We have 3 years, so this is not a strict deadline for that, but this will have to be presented in the last meeting that we have in Tallinn.
And the deliverable is?
We don't have the official deliverable for that, so it's not included in the project that we had to prove the European Commission that we had done it, but we have in the project application that we will try. Okay.
Something like a self-outcome, maybe additional one.
Yeah.
Something next to.
I don't think all of us will do it, or that all of us can find a good partner, but we try. That's the main thing, okay? And that's why it's not included in the official deliveries of the project, because I'm not sure if all of us can do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Could be, for example, a report with recommendations that could be implemented at the EU level.
Exactly.
And that's why I'm asking. I do not know that yet.
Okay.
But it's
So.
no problem. We can find a partner. It's just to picture the whole process. Then it really does depend on the outcome we look for. I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that between all of us, we will have some partners. I mean, in Estonia, for example, we already have it. In Portugal, as you say, you already have it, so it's good. So between all of us, we will have something. So then we'll make this project report and with these recommendations and these practical solutions based on our research. Okay. I hope, and it will be wonderful that all of us can do it. Okay, but I already count that it will not. Better to be a little bit cautious about these things. Because if we include in the grant agreement that we are going to deliver this all the partners, and after we fail, is like, so that's why I left it a little bit open in the sense that there is room for. Okay.
If I understand correctly, we can even do it in a very simple, tiny way. So just to one concrete topic like the AI and judicial decision, something very, very particular, rather than developing a next project to our project. It's something like a pilot thing. So maybe just one take topic, one concrete topic, one concrete stakeholder. It could be like a report. It could be some methodology. Maybe even some analysis of the questionnaire, whatever. So we are quite creative in that way. It could be even, I can imagine that it even can give an added value to us in the general project like this is. So we can learn from the stakeholders what are the main problems. We as mostly people from universities, we are living in some abstract, theoretical, dogmatic level, not so touched by very concrete demands of the practice, not so often. So it may even have some additional, some added value for us. So we can opt for several partners on a ministerial level, on a local level here, and for example, regional council of Olomouc. We can go particularly to some very concrete stakeholders like the Czech anti-monopoly competition authority, which we have a nice context. We can use something like the institutions in the public space, which are not public as they are. For example, the Consumers Protection Association, which is very widely spread, but it is not a state body. It's an association, but operating in a public space. So I think that we'll need to discuss it and to find something which will work as a really mini sub project pilot, not a huge one. So I think it could be very valuable for project inside, maybe not as a deliverable, but to know so we can share it as a good practice and to learn something from it.
So I mean, Andre has said perfectly. The main point is that we provide with some practical examples of the research we are going to do. Okay, so doesn't have to be a big thing. We are not going to change the whole planet alone, but little by little, we are going to make small contributions that we hope they are going to be useful. Okay.
Just one idea came to my mind that some of us may even cover the question which we are widely discussing on the public universities. We are public university, and it is the ChatGPT and its application in the process of research and education in a positive and also negative way, use and misuse and abuse of it. It's actually the discussion which is now ongoing on our university with 22,000 students. So it's quite a big amount of stakeholders. And it's a big actually digital question, which could be even spread as some recommendation generally. So that's one of the things maybe we will follow. So we need in our team, we will discuss, find one concrete rather than more and not so clear. It's better to have one concrete.
So hope it's fine. We will communicate to all of us, all of you, with Victoria, in order that we have connection, that we know what the others are doing. Okay. So whenever you know something about this specific field, you just communicate to Victoria. That she will be our contact person. Okay, with all for the whole project, for the three years of the project. So your task as partners, the task of the partners is in the agreement that all of us had. Participate in the network meetings. So the idea is that we use the meetings to know each other, to try to make a deeper connection, that we can collaborate more in our research. Remember, it's a research project. I mean, I hope that you can come to the meetings. I know we are all very busy. We have a lot of things to do. Online meetings, yeah, it's possible. I mean, we are digital stuff, so but if we can come, better. Okay, just in order to have this personal connection that will increase our capacity to interact together. Second task is this page in your web site of the university. You have to put some link with our project. We have to wait until we have the web page of the project. Okay, once we have the web page of the project, it will be hopefully for the end of this year, more or less, no? So then we'll send you this information, and then you will have to create this link, okay, from each university or faculty, your web page to this project web page. Research, digital aspects linked with the European Union. So each of the partners had to create some kind of research team. And we already have, for example, 5 people in Estonia prepared to be part of this research team. We will focus on different aspects that we will share with you. We will share all with Victoria. Victoria will share with the rest of us. Okay, Victoria is going to make this newsletter that is going to be monthly about what is our work of each member of the network. And other people can see what we are doing, and we see there is any possibility that we have we can collaborate together. Okay, so in that sense, well, I'm taking part of your presentation, sorry, but she will be in charge of this connection between all the members of the network. Cooperation in other activities organized by the network, so especially regarding seminars and web seminars. So main idea here is with these partners that we are going to have, it's not compulsory, it's not delivered either, but to try to, when we have this connection with these external partners, these administrative public administration partners, to say them what we are doing in this network. Okay, so this we can call it a seminar. It's an introduction of the network to these partners. I mean, basic thing. We are going to collaborate with them. They have to know who we are and have kind of relation. You should provide also information to the newsletter. So what I said you before, every partner has to send the information to Victoria when you do something related with the network. Mm-hmm. She will make the report. We'll share it with all of us and also make the report to send it to the European Commission, okay, or the activities that we are doing.
Here, David, I have a question. What's the periodicity of this reporting to Commission, I mean?
To the Commission still is not clear. I'm trying to find out with Begoña that we have this project officer from the European Commission that is also from Spain, from Alicante. Mm-hmm. So since that all the Spanish here involved, she's very nice and very friendly, but still doesn't know how it's going to be the reporting, because according to the network rules, I should go with some representatives of the network to Brussels from time to time, but they still have not clear themselves. Yeah. So they will say us soon, I hope, how it will be the reporting. Okay. So I'm trying to insist because I wanted to have all clear for this first meeting, but still. She doesn't know, and she will inform me when they know. Okay. So contribute with ideas, information to the plan coordinator and the main aspect of the network. So basically, at the end, to make it very clear, very reduced: research, coordination, public partner for the implementation. Let's say, okay, basic things. As much as we coordinate, the best. As much nice proposals or the real proposals or the practical proposals we can make to the European Commission, the best. Okay, but I insist, this is not included in the delivers, official delivers that we have. I mean, we will not fail if we don't have, but if we have, better. Okay, that's the main thing that we are doing here. Okay, any questions? No, nothing so far. Clear. Okay, so Taltech, my university, is in charge of the general administration of the project. So in that sense, we have Victoria, it's our former student, master student, and now she will be in charge of this project. So whatever question, whatever problem, whatever issue you have, you will contact Victoria, and she will be willing to help. We will focus on this digital political integration in the European Union. So our main group of research in TalTech is going to be like how to use the expertise of Estonia in the elections, electronic elections, try to extrapolate it to the European Union level. So basically, we are going to work first in our research. First is going to be focused in the not proper European elections, but consulting the citizens via digital digital consultation. So not referendums, because we cannot have referendums in the European Union level, but try to get involved the citizens with asking questions in all over Europe. This is going to be our main, or the beginning of our main research group that we are creating in Tallinn. Digital aspects, how to get involved the citizens in the process. Then from that, we will try to move to what will be the outcome of the European elections being done via digital platform, and always trying to use the expertise of Estonia in that sense, okay? So this, I will send all the information to Victoria, she will share it with you, you will know what we do, and if you see that there is any connection with your research that we can combine something, this will be perfect, okay? So it's what I expect from each one of you to have some kind of research focus. And all of us have different backgrounds, so we have different, what will be our main thing to do. We share it, we see if we can collaborate. In terms of publications, we will have one journal, one special number of the journal of our faculty in TalTech. That is Scopus is Q2, I think. You know, always Q1 maybe. Yeah, it's like in the border there. So it's like a good journal. We already have one number that we will publish just papers from the network. Okay, so this will be for next year. We have plenty of time to do the network. You will get the research, the papers. You will get all the information long time before the deadline. Okay, so don't worry. We are still preparing everything. I already agree with Archil. They will be in charge of this special number. Archil is a colleague from Estonia, Andre knows very well. So this will be the first part of this research plan. Second part will be the new book in Springer. Okay, so this new book in Springer, I have good connection with Springer, and I have published there several books. The main idea for the next book, I mean, we have a new book coming, the digital aspects also. The next idea for the next book will be to create it from the ground together. So I don't have any specific idea. I don't have any specific topic. Of course, it has to be linked with the work of the network, but it can be whatever. So everything is very open right now. Okay, so I have the connection with Springer, which is so far they have not rejected any proposal I have made about books, and I have published several books there. So I'm really optimistic that they will accept a new proposal, especially with all of you involved. I think it will be a good book. The idea is to wait like 1 year, more or less, see how the network is working, how we are making the research, and then try to, in the meeting, for example, in Vigo, try to discuss between all together what will be the book, what will be the content, what will be the focus of the book, and so on and so on. Yeah.
What is the title of the journal? Will you have
TalTech Journal of European Studies.
Yeah.
TalTech is the abbreviation of
Tallinn Technical University.
Yeah.
But they have changed the name, no, or not?
No, they changed it. Originally, it was Baltic Journal of European
Yeah,
Studies.
you're right.
They changed it to TalTech.
Mm-hmm.
Which is actually Q1 in, I think it's Q1 in history in Scopus and Q2 in European Studies and Political Science. It's quite good, very.
Yeah, TalTech Journal of European Studies. So, I mean, the journal is fine. And Scopus and this, what Andre said, Q1 and Q2, depends on.
Interdisciplinary, as you say.
Yep.
So there's a space for contributions coming from legal studies and political science and so on.
This is what I really hope.
Okay.
No, that I don't want the idea of the whole network is multidisciplinary approach. Okay, that's why we have this team. Like we are from very different background, all of us. So yeah, completely open to different approaches, different.
Yeah. I have a question, but I'm not sure whether it's rather for David or for Victoria. It's about some really, we all were involved in different European Union funded projects, and we know that there is this, a lot of necessary things like using the logos, using the logotypes, using the special templates. So this is my question, whether you will prepare some templates for us. For example, even this meeting, I think it's supposed to have even a European flag on the program, so we will need to overwork it to prepare it with all these things. So this is something whether there will be a templates prepared for us, or at least some I don't know, the examples of using, and even the special dedication sentence. We all know that there must be this dedication sentence with the identification of the project. So it should be something to do on central level, because then we will use it separately even for the small events with the stakeholders, for our, let's say, organizing the things in these 6 meetings. So it would be fine if we will have the one set of, let's say, backup templates, I would call them.
The main idea is that in the work package of Vigo, they have the web page, and they also have to make the logo of the project. So suppose that at the end of the year we will have the logo, web page, and everything, and then we will send you all the templates that you can include.
Okay, perfect. And we can use it even, let's say, for future, but also also to maybe more identify the past events with the project identification.
Yeah, we have to put in everything that any activity related with the network. We will use the logo and the.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, something else. No. So more or less, this is very general approach to that. At some point, my idea is also to try to have some dossier or a special number in other journals. Okay. Now we are publishing, for example, in Brazil, a special number of digital development in the European Union that is linked with my chair. They will be published in Brazil with different researchers. The main idea is to do the same with the network. Okay, this is not granted, because then we have to make a proposal, and this proposal we have to send it. I mean, Victoria will manage with all of this stuff, send it to different journals. It had to be Thomson Reuters or Scopus with this proposal of this year, and then we have to get it accepted or not. Okay, so that's why I didn't include it in the program or in the project itself as a deliver, because it's not granted. The journal in Taltech is accepted already. The book is very likely to happen, okay? And then the next idea is to make this dossier proposal focus on our research. Then we will make the whole package and we will present it to different journals, trying to aim high, okay? We start high, low, and let's see how it works after. But the main idea is to try to get something very good journal that will provide a lot of or prestige or relevance to the network. Okay, so this we will do it again next year. First, we start knowing each other, start working, try to understand each other. We make the proposal of the book, we make the proposal of the dossier, and we take care of moving it and trying to get approval from the journals. Okay, I have done it myself several times already. I have made coordinate 5 dossier proposals to different journals. So some of them with you. So let's say that we have some experience on that, but it will be nice to use the network for trying to get these dossier proposals, okay?
These are the mics actually, even online.
But you should place the main one. Yes, one of them will remain
Okay.
there
And the other will be.
yes.
So from my side now, thank you all and the people who is not here for accepting being part of the network. Half of you I didn't know, so it's like you get an invitation from online, blah blah blah. So thank you for accepting it, because it's like we don't know personally. I hope we can work together good, and I think it's a project to enjoy. Really, there's so much research and so new fields that we can explore and do things. So I think it can be a nice thing. And we can enjoy it and we can have good results. For another part that I have to speak with you about is about the different possibilities I see for the future. I really think that we can apply for different projects together from the network itself. So I see a lot of potential, let's say, in this network and in this field. Now it's up to us to work good together and try to make some contributions. Okay, so thank you very much. No.
In the program we have now the first welcoming part. What I wanted to propose is, because we met just before very shortly at the lobby, so maybe we will have our parts and we will present our work packages or our let's say faculties and our expertise. Maybe just for the fluent communication during the hour, during the work 2 days, we can even present each other, especially to colleagues who came later, because we didn't find the time to meet. So maybe just very shortly to fill the time before the coffee break, because not about the actually expertise or the content of the research, but just to introduce personally us to each other, and will be better, because then the coffee could be more relaxed if we know each other.
So we start with Tiago.
Well, my name is Tiago. I came from the University of Minho. Before, I forgot to say that my area is law. I forgot that this was a multidisciplinary network, and I was like, well, everyone is from law here. In the University of Minho, I think I'm going to address this in more depth later, but we have a long tradition of European. I don't want to say things that may reveal themselves not to be true, but I think the European Law Department of the University of Minho is probably the best one in the law faculty. I came here representing the coordinator for the project in the University of Minho, which is Professor Alessandro, which is also a German chair. Our team is also composed by Professor Joana Abreu and Martinez, which is a PhD student. Myself, I'm what would be the translation? Invited professor. Though currently I'm in Brussels, therefore my presence at university is not as usual as it was before, and I'm a PhD student working on intersections between the GDPR and AI. I think that was it.
Thank you. Very, thank you very much. It was the thing we needed to know, and the most important was that your name and where you're from, and to know that you are a lawyer is also very good, because now you are on a good faculty. You finally found the faculty of law in our actually there are 3 faculties, and these 3 faculty of education, faculty of science, and the faculty of law. It's somehow it may be confused.
The Faculty of Science is very impressive.
Yeah.
I saw people going, and I was like, "Oh, everyone is going there, so this is probably where I have to go." It's like,
Yeah. We can visit it even later during the spare time. So, okay.
Hello, everybody. My name is Blanka Vitova. I'm a lawyer. I'm from Faculty of Law at Palacký University. My main field of interest is civil law, and mainly consumer law. So my field of interest will be the artificial intelligence within the consumer law, the potential threats and everything that may touch the consumers in a positive or negative way. And as Ondrej mentioned before, also GPT, because we are currently, ChatGPT, currently discussing this issue at our faculty, and we'll be organizing and taking part in several lectures. So we will see the outcomes, and of course the development is so fast that we cannot say at the moment what particular will be addressing in this field of law.
Hello everyone, my name is Jan Kotine Krtki, and I come from Wrocław University, from the Institute of Political Science. I'm a postdoctoral researcher here. However, I received my PhD from Masaryk University from Brno, so I'm Czech native. And currently I'm a political scientist, also interested in sociology. So what interests me in the project is maybe how digital aspects can be used in political and civic participation. So that's something that could be of my interest. And thanks for invitation.
So I continue with political science because I'm a political scientist from Wrocław University, Poland. And my main research interest is political parties, political party systems, but also political system of European Union. Some publications are on populism, so the system or type of communication of populists with society, it could be also interesting.
Hello everyone, my name is Alexandra Mach. I'm also from the University of Wrocław, and I'm a political scientist, as everyone in our team. In this respect, we are quite homogeneous. And I'm a Jean Manager at my university, in my faculty. So I also work as my colleagues on institutional aspects, on parties, politics at the European and national level. So in this context, we have, I and our team would be most interested on the impact on digitalization, on the quality of democracy, how digitalization can bring citizens closer to institutions, parties, or how digitalization can facilitate new innovative practices such as citizens panels at the European level. So this would be our focus. Let me just mention that we have another member of our team who is joining us online, and so maybe she can. Hi, Karolina.
Hello, everybody. I don't know if you can hear me. Can you?
Yeah,
very well.
Yeah, I'm happy to join you, although very busy today. But I want to see how are you doing. I think that all I'm saying also on my behalf. So.
Okay. Nice to meet you, Carol.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, my name is Lucia. I'm from Comenius University in Bratislava in Slovakia, and I'm professor of international and European law, focused on the human rights aspects of the EU policies, both from institutional and procedural parts. And in this project, I have also the colleagues who are from the Faculty of Law. I'm currently at the Faculty of Social and Economic Science in the Institute of European Studies. And by background, I'm a lawyer and political scientist. So I do not have 3 degrees, just 2 in a sense. But yeah, so I would cover both the political and legal part. My colleagues will cover the legal part. And we probably look on the public procurement and its digitalization, which is something which is also running on the EU level, together with the aspect of the digitalization and greening. And then also we look on the consumer protection, and then the digitalization and its human rights aspects. Especially the social impact of the digitalization on people, with the aim that the European Commission put in this digitalization strategy 2030, no one should be left behind. And lately I have been participating on one report, especially looking on the digitalization in all EU member states and impact on older persons. because the digitalization had been claimed to be on a high level, but still we have a number of member states with full digitalization and having people who do not have access to these digital services or have to do more in a way to get the digital services they need for their life, like the health one, the social one, the social services, health services, or even the elections.
Okay, my name is Ondrej Hamulák. I'm here from this Faculty of Law in Palacký University in Olomouc. I'm one of the coordinators together with Professor Stehlik, the Dean of the Faculty. Already met him at the beginning. Our team, first I will tell you something about our team. It is composed of Professor Stehlik, Professor Vitela, me, and then two colleagues from the Department of European Union Law and one doctoral student. What the team will focus mostly on are this economic or let's say market interactions with the digital technologies from the legal perspective. We had we have a chair which is led by Professor Stehlik on the legal aspects of European economic integration. Of course, it's very wide. So what we wanted to focus most are some let's say cherry-picked topics like the consumers and the competition law, because we have nice cooperation with the competition authority and also the experts in the competition law. As added to it or additionally to it, me personally, I'm not an economic lawyer. My PhD and all my work research is in constitutional law. I'm the, if I may say, the EU constitutional law expert. Last years I'm focusing on the digital constitutionalism, and I'm still leading the digital sovereignty laboratory here on the faculty. So what I wanted to add is also this constitutional law aspects to the discourse. Of course, mostly about the governance and the fundamental rights protection on the digital space, as like something like an addition to this economic focus of our group. So yeah, that's me.
So hi, my name is Victoria Mazet. I have graduated Caltech, so that's where we met with David. He was my professor, and we started working on some projects. And so for several years we are cooperating. And first we're cooperating officially. Yes, I'm gonna be the right hand of him, and I hope all of you will assist and support on every and any step. Yeah, I'm also a lawyer. I have a master's degree, and I work at Ende.
Hello, I'm Zeynep Hayata. I'm from Turkey, from Istanbul. I have a Jean Monnet chair on EU law and digitalization. I'm also at the law faculty and also a lawyer, I should say. My primary expertise is EU law and competition law. So I do a lot of work on competition law, and recently I've been focusing, and I will tell you more about it in the afternoon. I've been focusing mostly on digital aspects of competition law, but also law and regulation. So the aspects of EU law and digitalization and regulation. My Jean Monnet chair is on EU law and digitalization, and it actually covers all aspects of digitalization. But I look mostly at regulatory aspects. So I do a lot of sort of law and economics and the trade-offs between regulating and not regulating, impacts of regulation from a legal and economic perspective. So that's what my research has been mostly focusing on, and I'm hoping that that will be my contribution. So it actually touches upon a lot of the things that all of you have mentioned. Yes, so mostly on the regulatory aspects.
Hi, my name is Mateja Rek. I come from Ljubljana, Slovenia. My background is a bit different. I'm not a lawyer. I have nothing to do with law or politics. I have two BAs, one from cultural studies, the other one from communication studies, the field of marketing communication. I have MA in management of non-profit organizations and PhD in sociology. So in past 20 years, these have merged into two main research fields. The first one is connected to EU governance, and I did a lot of research on EU-level civil society, transnational civic organization, experts, and how they affect the EU governance. On the other hand, the democratic deficits in the EU, the bridging the gap between people and the EU level. So this is one direction, and the other one has to do with, I guess, my communication field, which is media literacy. About 15 years ago, I started a project in Slovenia when media literacy was not popular at all, and media education concerning researching this field. And by now, I have mainly funded by Slovene Research Agency, quite a nice research project, gathering data on several aspects of media education, media literacy. Also, my Jean Monnet project is concerned to this, linking media literacy to either active participation of people, fake news, disinformation, how to identify credible information in media, how to connect media, digital media with levels of democratization. And I must say lately, I'm getting very concerned about, governance digitalization, because I'm noticing that is lacking this soft elements, social science aspect. I mean, we are changing communication paths in our society, and the relationship between people are very much changing. So this is what I'm starting to become interested in, not just the legal, economical, or knowledge management side of digitalization, but also how does this affect belonging of people to EU society? How does this affect our relationships as citizens or towards the governments, not just the legal, the explicit, but also tacit, emotional, relationship building aspects of governance. But I know this is now a big field.
What is important? That's the point of this network, that we are from different fields. So that's perfect.
Hello to everybody. I want to thank Professor Ende and David for this organization. My name is Celso Cancela. I come from Spain, from the University of Vigo. Vigo is the neighbor from University of Minho. I think it's like 1 hour by car. So we can collaborate.
It will be easier when
and
even your language is similar. So.
Yes, because we speak Galician. Galician is similar to Portuguese. There's controversial about the reading of Portuguese. Okay, and I have a doctorate in law and constitutional law, and a degree in political science. Nowadays, I am a political scientist, and from the beginning of my academic career, I was worried about the European Union, about the integration, especially about the constitution of the European Union. At the beginning, I adopt a perspective, a material perspective. In the 90s, I defend that the European Union has a constitution, a material constitution. I adopt the British perspective, the English perspective from material constitution. In general, I was worried about political institutional aspects, such, for example, the role of the national and regional parliaments in the European political process. For us in Spain, it's a question very interesting. I was research about cross-border cooperation promoted by the European Union. For example, those association with the north of Portugal. For us, it's very interesting because it's a positive aspect to locate it in the European context. And nowadays, I teach in the public management faculty in the University of Vigo, and because of this, I am two colleagues. I am worried about public service. For example, e-health service, how to digitalize the e-health service. I don't know if this controversial point is the same here, but in Spain there is a controversial about the e-appointment, because after the COVID, people in some public service has an appointment, and we are discussing about this, especially from the legal perspective. We are trying to deal with the question from the political perspective. And now I am preparing a contribution for a book about the education, the European education, and the digitalization. And for example, in this contribution, I try to defend that the European Union is in a process of Europeanization the educational policy. It is, in my opinion, is incredible, but we have advanced a lot of in this. I think we are an example of the clear example of this Europeanization process of the educational policy. If we compare with some years ago, it's incredible. For example, the digital plan that has approved the European Commission is a clear example, and I think this kind of instrument will contribute to Europeanization the educational area. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So thank you all of you. Just a small comment about the partners that are not here.
And just maybe there are some colleagues online.
Yes, what I was checking. So maybe Federico, are you there?
Federico, Professor Sterling was online, but yeah, Professor Sterling is here.
Okay.
So just wanted to say some words. You have an opportunity to do it now.
Well, actually, concerning the introduction, as we did here, I think that you were talking about it a lot also on my side, actually. So very shortly on my side, I'm Jean Monnet, shareholder in EU law, namely EU economic law. I've been doing EU internal market. I've been doing EU judiciary, migration, and other issues. So very shortly about me, maybe enforcement of EU law at a national level as well. So this is information about me, and Ende, you already perfectly introduced our team. So I think that's fully okay. And now, as I understand, according to the program, the coffee is in front of you, or even lunch. Because I was maybe online in the whole time, but I think that this is something which is in front of you. So I don't want to talk anymore. So,
okay.
Ende.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for this.
Just a small comment about the other partners that are not here, that gives this general vision about the network. Is the Federico Ferretti, that's from the University of Bologna, is focused on digital market, so more on the economy.
I am here if you want.
Ah, okay, sorry, I was asking and you didn't. So please introduce.
No, I am, but I thought I would intervene tomorrow. So
yeah, but this is just very small introduction, just that we have the first approach, nothing else.
Okay, sure. Let me just activate my video. So first of all, this is not my real voice, but this is not the result of any artificial intelligence, but it's a natural biological virus. So I'm sorry for this voice. You hopefully will hear my proper one soon. I'm also a lawyer, which is good, so I'm not intimidating most of you, but just not my aim anyway. My area is mostly European Union law alongside consumer law, adding SMEs and, well, more broadly speaking, users in the digital market. I have a chair in digital market law and the director of the Center of Excellence, the Jean Monnet Center of Excellence on consumers and SMEs in the digital single market. So this already tells you broadly what my area of interest is. What else? I come from the University of Bologna. The department is sociology and economic law. And well, I'm not sure what I'm going to add. Well, probably I'm going to add something tomorrow. That is my understanding. So be more specific about the late research or whatever you want me to say tomorrow. But so far, thank you very much for you.
Thank you, and hope you get well soon. So just one more thing, we have Benedetta Giamanella that is focused on ethics and philosophy, also from Italy, from the University of Macerata. So we'll provide this ethical approach to digital integration. Then we have Gianni Erola from the Turku University. I was working before in Turku University. I just finished now, this month, working there. They work on sociology, welfare state. So basically their contribution will be what the digital services, a little link with what Celso was mentioning about the e-health and the, let's say, welfare contributions, digital contributions from the European Union. We don't have a social system, common social system in the European Union, but there is still some things that we can coordinate from the digital aspects. So basically what the main focus, what I was speaking with Gianni, is that how to contribute to coordinate the national systems, welfare systems in the European Union level, for example, reducing the waiting time of patients in some areas that there are countries that they don't have waiting time. Appointments will be much faster than in other countries, try to divert the patients and so on from the coordination approach, not having a common policy in the European Union, but at least coordinating the national health systems. Okay, this will be the main contribution. And then we have Ilse Rusi, that tomorrow she will introduce herself, that she's also more focused on EU law. Okay, so she's the external impact of the digitalization of the European Union. So her contribution, or the idea of including her, and she will explain herself tomorrow, is more about the external impact of the digitalization in the European Union. Okay, so more or less this is the whole team. General approach, general introduction. We will introduce each other later and tomorrow with more detail, and that's it. So let's have the coffee for the break, and thank you very much for your patience.
Okay, thank you very much. And enjoy the coffee break. We have something half an hour planned.
Half an hour,
okay. Very relaxed. So enjoy the coffee. And if you see something on the faculty, I can give you some.
Thank you all.
Matea first. Yeah, Matea.
Yes, because you like Okay.
I know it. But the consequences are not known.
Belgium. Some days you only have one flight.
That's okay. That's no problem. I have so much to be honest. There's so much field, so diverse and so huge, and there's such big issues that it's good that there are many people working on that.
So this is an old-fashioned.
I did bring, authentic tools. Thank you. Don't worry about it. I have so there. Currently, I started to work on the topic 15 years ago because I found it interesting. And by now, I have quite some references and markers. So, I'm trying to avoid because it's so the topic is so
just one technical thing for all our guests. I have one thing. For all the people, so the mayor. Yeah.
Yes, so I'd like to comment.
Just interrupt you also for the others. On Saturday, it was actually the consequence of late night working. I sent you an email without the template. So I send it right now. So please, if you find the time, just fill in your initials. Yes. Because it was an email without the
I actually already responded to that email, and my question is whether you guys can pay directly to the university. Filling a tax income in Belgium is horrible. Otherwise, I'll just tell university to hit the.
That was also my question because I remember I had this once and I had to pay taxes from it. And also it's a very contract here that it's not in line with Slovenia or there. I cannot get replaced there, which would be fine. It's just that I think I will get taxed for this contract. You're right.
I'm not sure whether I'm not the expert tax lawyer in Brussels, Portugal, or Slovenia, but there are also intermediaries. I said that from Polish lawyers last year we had this, and I'm not sure whether they were even putting in their tax year. But this is actually not income. In fact, it's not.
It's like income. Yeah, and it's also. It is because yes, you say the Polish system. I think it's different than Slovenia. In Slovenia, we have a green set. So maybe per diem should be like 40 euros more Czechia. If you have breakfast included, it should be
this is something else.
Yeah. So now this is a different system, which complicates it for us because now I guess I'll have to calculate and then report myself if I want to be official for taxes.
Okay, I know we have the same. Okay, when I'm going to Slovenia, my per diem are 40 euros, 100 euros. But we can even change it, not putting it in the contract per diems, but call it just the cost payment agreement, or accommodation cost payment agreement.
Okay, it will be the same place. If you will just send the money for accommodation to my faculty, and then they will pay me the cost.
I know, but we do not have any legal base for it. Okay, civil lawyers, so to send some money from university somewhere else. So there will be a minus on our, it will be minus in our budget. I need to have
change the contract. Stating that university, for example, in my case, the university paid for it. And I'll explain very briefly how it would work. I can get your per diem, but I'll pay 50% tax to the Belgian state, which means that I'll give back 150 to the university and 70 to the project plus 150. My accountant will also be very mad because I'm creating income in other countries.
And I cannot get the per diem from the budget in my faculty.
You can change the contract to state that the university paid for my accommodation. I'm a nice guy. I'm not going to charge the dinners and everything else. And basically, you'll be just paying for accommodation to the entity that directly paid for it.
That's similar.
I can get you in contact with our financial department so you guys can sort that out. But I wouldn't like for the Belgian state to get half the money of the per diem, just as a principle.
I have to pay like 50% taxes, so I actually have minus myself as a person working on this.
Yes, I think we therefore we need to do it separately according to the rules we have.
But I think in the member state it's similar.
But then it also depends on the margin of the
well, I respect it. Our administration would not be that. So then that's shown. But if you, as a person, get per diem from the country, you're still subject to individual countries.
For like €100, and I had to understand. It was a big,
Okay, so maybe we need to go through some separate according to different rules. The easiest thing would be, but it's actually not possible to do it now. We will just take one hotel and accommodate you according to that our university will have a contract with some hotel. But the last week, I was not sure how many people will come. What are the names? What are
So we have as a university contracts a couple of hotels, and they basically, I send them the list of people, and it's so they know names, and they suggest an invoice that they for details.
I think about this contract. We need to negotiate a contract for every. We do the general contract. So negotiate like 10 rooms for with a Trinity and then invoice. With the university, but I was not sure how many people, how many guys, how many rooms, and for how long I will need to go today or tomorrow. So we will do it maybe separately in terms of you or for whom it is not going to have these per diems. So these are different per diems. I know the same. We have the per diems according to our law. It's a list of the amount per day for European countries, for America, etc. This is different. Would we have go per diems, but is the cost payment based on our budget? And that's our decision to in our rules, we can put things on the calendar. When I'm going to
But this would be a general. Because in this case, it was becoming, only like as I situation in Belgium and Brussels. They also sometimes Belgium, for example, the Professor Alexander, one working when she followed the college in English, you have the same problem because she cannot get any from Portuguese science ministry. She cannot get anyone outside, anyone from outside of the school. Completely insane. Insane should be insane. I mean, we all got our bad habits from the same place. Horrible in which you can only stay in 3-star hotels. If there's a 4-star hotel which is less expensive than the 3-star one, you'll stay on the 3-star one because this time is an exception, but it was only because they couldn't find anything else. Price doesn't matter.
No, yes, I was thinking meat, right? Also fish. And especially for myself, and the shit is a little very hard to get for myself. Or problem because the Atlantic Sea, so the ocean, etc. So she said that she's very yes, so it was a wider answer. It was always the case. Okay, so we are in Finland. We are also que también tenemos está muy cómodo. Sí, es como So I see that as it is we knew that win election, presidential elections. Okay, so I don't know, this for the side of the sense good news. And then for me, come back, we didn't want to
So now you are waiting for no schedule. Yeah, no, my it was like an entry position. It was like right after doing PhD, and then I wanted to apply for the second step. We were hardly any Palace at the time, and you know they were always like, "So you want to Bologna?" So I had to go back and join. Yes, difficult. The whole family was depressed because they had to Madrid.
And what is also definitely necessary is to keep the precise.
But
it's not the I actually came yesterday, so my previous experience, I know that this is a political science. Yes, and you have to keep reading everything, so I try to read these processes.
I mean, the university. Oh, yeah, This is true. We still have
almost zero.
You know, salary is higher. So the little flexibility, but what to do on the opposition, you are you know, this you got a horizon, reduce the and it's not given. So each time you have to acknowledge or dean or rector, sometimes sometimes not. So you right. For
and the others we had an online, so of course we needed the cameras and the computers and it was academic life. The problem occurred after the selection. So finally, there is 3 projects to gain access to 60,000 euros. After the success and manage.
Yes, outreach exactly.
General
Not from my process, but how they evaluate institute. Right? So for instance, the outreach and Anna's the last relationship value is the best outreach in the department. Exactly.
but very important is that they involve students at work and also self-absorbed idea because they I think that we are more than just no, but it's also, you know, it's a challenge to communicate things in a way that they can be understood. It's not like writing an article, you need, different skills, you need to learn it. And here you have unexpected even the nose is not the flowers. No, I see at the end of my mid-30s, I buy my first, like lipstick because you have to be visible. And with all the lights, you are not visible. I have to start thinking like where the camera is moving. So then I have the glasses which are of a red color, or I have a lipstick or something so you are visible. Light, no light, and then you are not visible at all. People have to make get the connection to the face. Not your toes. But often it's only the face. Not the content. No, but everything is important. That's just right. Everything is equally important, so you have to do the same time. Because like postpone your research after the examination period, not to
participate project skills I cannot pay on behalf of the
These are also important.
You need to use money on that.
Yes.
We are like all guys complaining about
So excited about this and then I had small research on it and I was thinking, I'm not ready. It's too deep. Yeah, but the topics of ethics and morality in this course is so much more interesting for me than it was so far.
the idea of having this professional monitoring is to include some ethics. It's not just to do something efficient, but also to create.
No, but this is an important element. And you have a Polish surname.
Yes. Yes. You have some Polish name? It's Polish Ukrainian. It's Polish Ukrainian. Yes. It's what are you doing?
It's one of the most prominent surnames. Yeah.
Yes, I mean, sorry.
Settle down. New jobs. Yes, interesting.
Completely. My mother, she speaks Ukrainian, my I speak Ukrainian. A little bit. To nie o tym, że może to nie jest systemowe řešenie, ale to jest taka behawioralna interwencja, že je to prostě OK, tak ale metody startovaly, to ludzie volili tento spôsob, môžeme im zaplatiť tablet, to už sa mi nevysvetlo. Čiže oni to skôr tak Takže prostě nic, že to budeme se budeme rozhodnout penězmi, ale prostě social feedback,
že bych tak chtěl ale jako komunikační to je jako třeba ani ta a nejenom lese, třeba jenom teď prostě digitální, vždycky se to vysvětlí, další pro mě, že stále to německé nějakým způsobem
Yeah, I know. I have my computer here, so I will connect with my computer. I have muted myself, so.
Yeah, so you will directly in the Zoom, so not here
Yes,
from our room, but you as a guest.
Yeah.
Perfect. Also fine.
But we are not in the house.
Oh, come on.
It should be in 15 minutes.
15 minutes. What was the program?
The program is
In the
from 12
Yeah.
to quarter to 1. So
But I don't have presentation for 45.
Yeah, okay. You are. But then we can even have more, let's say, 12 is your presentation, then 12, 45 is lunch break. So then we can even move, just after you finish, we can move to restaurant. So, actually 12:45, but we do not have a concrete exact time coming there. So we will come there and we'll serve you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start our next part, which is the presentation of the project officer of our network, Victoria Mazur. We already know her. Victoria will tell us something more about the project, maybe administration and insights into the project. In the meanwhile, let me introduce to all of you the new person participating. It's Pablo Emil, who is a PhD student here on the Faculty of Law, Palacký University, Department of International European Law, focusing on AI, regulation of AI, and question of discrimination, fundamental rights. Pablo is just interrupted the peak of the finalizing of his thesis to join us. So he's now in the most, let's say, stressful part of his research, finalizing his PhD. Therefore, I invited him to join us to have some relaxed interruption to this process. So Pablo is from our department, our faculty, and he will be with us hopefully all the 2 days.
So. Hi again. Basically, this presentation is to introduce myself and my main duties as a project officer. In the group with all bright minds and creative people, researchers, there should be somebody which is organizing and saying that it's time to do something. And it's gonna be me. I will annoy you. I hope not. Basically, the introduction. Here is my role. It's a project officer, project assistant, manager, call it as you wish. It's basically, I will work closely with project manager, which is David, and with all of you to coordinate this project and ensure it runs successfully and finishes on time and within the budget. So I will have a variety of responsibilities, and these might change depending on the project stages. So the specific task I perform will be likely to vary each day and depend on the partner and project member demands. Because of the stage of a project, this can affect my work, and I will have a variety of roles. So basically, I will contribute as a project officer, as a proofreader, as a secretary, and maybe as a lawyer as well. Therefore, I will also make my contribution by proofreading. We'll be ensuring that the text formatting is correct. There are no errors, so I will take that responsibility from you. I'll be the last person that's correct. I would also have some administration and communication coordination and logistic duties, which will be discussed further. And yeah, to sum up, I am a lawyer myself, and I do have a background as a legal advisor for fintech company. As I said, it's not very rich, but still I have like around 5 years of my experience. My education, so it's bachelor's degree in law with the specialization of European Union law, and master's in law with the specialization in law and technology. So here is also money laundering, risk management, and business, but this is only to show the diversity of my knowledge, because I have nothing to brag about, as you. Basically, there are administrative and logistic responsibilities. And it's not an exhaustive list, but mainly I will deal with the funding portal. I will be coordinating the network meetings, including the final conference in Tallinn. And we'll be doing the proofreading of articles, as I said. These will be published by you in free planned publications. So then the communication and publication duties. So I will prepare the newsletters on EU digital development for all members of the network. It will be done monthly. And I will contact members of the network to generate monthly updates of research developments to share with members and with the European Commission. So the project coordination, as was mentioned before, I will be coordinating the updating of the website. And will be centralizing all activities carried out by all partners. The research and documentation duties. So I will research on the priorities of the European Union in terms of digitalization and activities of the European Parliament, the Commission, and the Council. In terms of digitalization. So I will also find suitable conferences where to disseminate the work of the network. And these duties will vary, as I said. There may be some additional things, but I will be at your disposal for any tasks, anything that you need, any support. So I'm here to assist, and all of you. And I hope my participation will make your life and research easier.
Okay, thank you. Just one thing I have to ask, because we were discussing it before, it's the budgetary or control of the budgetary rules, because they are very specific and sometimes it could be very tricky because
this will be done tomorrow.
But you'll be also the contact person for this.
Yes.
Main. Okay, thank you very much. I will speak that of tomorrow.
I didn't want this question. I will leave it tomorrow, but I'll tell my colleagues to try to be online. But it would be useful budget-wise. We know from previous projects, it's always one of the most challenging parts, but we'd like a brief explanation in one paper of these rules that you're likely going to explain tomorrow.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
You said we're going to contact you, but what is your preferred email? So which email?
I will contact you right after this meeting with my email.
Okay, perfect.
So you don't have to look it up. Yeah.
So anyway, whatever idea thing related with the project, just all of us write the Victoria. She will be like the coordinator of these activities. Also, what she said about this project applications, I will speak about it tomorrow. We are planning to make 2 project applications in relation with the network, and she will be working with me in this aspect. If you have any idea about the further project applications that we can use the network, just please send the idea to Victoria and we will try to develop it together. So really, whatever very wide contact Victoria, we will try to build something together in that sense, okay?
I think there will be a nice balance. And maybe first month, first year will be annoying you by our questions and emails, and then the last year of the project, you will then start to push on us to deliver all the deliverables and all the things. So it would be nice life balance in the circle of the project.
Yes, rest assured that will be.
Okay, this is an introductory session, and because it's noon and it's noon, and it's about lunchtime normally here in Central Europe. Let me finish the first half of our meeting, or the first the morning before noon session. We will move to a restaurant bistro, which is very close, just across the street. The faculty to have some lunch, some meals there. Where there will be an option of the meals, which is on the list. So you will order yourself or choose whatever you want, and it's quite a special concept. It's like a modern canteen. They call it even the canteen for 21st century. But it was open and it's run by the master, by the Michelin star. So I hope you will enjoy it. And we will have a lunch there. Then after the lunch, we put a very short visit, not to bother you with the big things, but even me, I'm curious how this new building you can see behind looks like inside, because I didn't have an opportunity to visit it yet. So we arranged a small visit, some guided tour in the premises of this Envelopa hub, which is the new university center for transfer of technology. So yeah, this is something we will visit today, and then we will continue according to the program in this room till the late evening, afternoon, and I will tell you lately about the program for the rest of the day. So thank you so far, and we can move to a restaurant to have a lunch.
Question: the room will be closed. We can leave.
Yeah, you can leave your stuff. You can leave your stuff here, and I will close it. There is a key, so we will close it, and then only the faculty. Maybe some administration will get here, but everything is safe. Actually, they will maybe just change the coffee and something, so they will be, you can leave your stuff here. It will be closed. Okay. No, te lo puoi mettere buon contatto.
Yes, but
I never know what's going to happen with the hours. But I was actually very interested.
Naciągam słyszę na chóru, jo? Takže já jsem tu je v TK27 si tak přijít, jo? Čau, čau. scriva. Scrivi. No, ale já jsem říkala, že bych jí to dala do ledničky. A pak to bylo přišli, ne? Jo, to tak? Může to spíš chtělo dát nějaký tác a no, podívej se, tam by měl být v té kuchynce. Nějaká studentka šla. Tam do kuchynky, no. Tak jestli tam něco není třeba dole, jak jsou ty, víš, já jsem tam nechala ty kličky. A nejsou, když tak tady budou, protože jsem máš říkala, že nesmíte odejít, že tam musíte být, protože mají sední věci. Já já jsem začnu. Nechala jsem tam od toho. Tam budou i od těch skřínek, i od té zadní, tak mrtní tam třeba. Potřeba dívat do toho menšího. A budeme to nosit z toho. Jak si to jistě jako na stolkách máme vybrat, nemáme vybrat, no. No, hrmí budou ne, ale vývodka, asi jo.
Evi,
No,
prosím tě, už to tam skončilo, nebo je teď pauza?
teďka je pauza do půl třetí.
Do půl třetí. Jo, dobrý, dík.
3 hodiny výjimky.
Jo, děkuju. Já to nechám zaplý, protože se to nahrává v kuse a to potom vystřihnu.
Jo. No to jdeme. No, to vymyslím. No. Можно, почему не замечу. To nevadí, to vezme. Nebo vzít tady ty dlaky ten čistou vodou. No. Já si vezmeme. Tam je taky mega ten velký, tak ten bychom tam vrátili. A ostatní velký, to pobereme. To taky no. Tak já to začnu pomalu teda brát. Ty máš ty malý, jsi říkal právě, že jsou ty malý. Tak, ještě nějaký tady, ne? Ještě taková dělala, no, to nechci prostě tady. Ale to je na čaj. Tam máš kolečko na čaj. No, jako na to. No. Takový, jo, ten tam dáme. No, už to bude kolečko ještě. 2, 4, 6, 7. No. 90. Dát do každého brousek. Ano, to. No. Když je brousek, tak to nebudu. On to měli na stole, víš, a ty tak to uvidíme sem a nechám, a nebyli tam menší. A ty kolečka to není jedné. To není na to. Necháme to. No, vedle už nic taky není. Ty lišky budí všechno najednou, jedno. Co je? Nenechává. Ty říčky neměli k čemu. Potom mě takhle víš dole. Jo, tak to je za taky. Takže já to viděla tady ještě. To je to ne. Ale to vidíš. Tak ty tady, že nechám chodit. Pracovali ty, že? No, Vysočina, ale to by se tam museli dát vůbec. A to nemá téma? Ne, to vezmu, ale dneska ještě mi na tohle. Já vím, že to tady zamčím. Jo. Tady se dolívá, protože když si strávím, no to ne, to já to tady nechám, to se vystává. Já jsem vyrazila tady, jo. No, asi tak. No, dobrý, používáme ten zbytek, ale ne. Je relevant tu plastovou plošku. Nech to tady si ještě přijde, no. Jo. Myslíte na 20 a stůl nebo tady mezi to? No, já ho možná dám dolů. Tak no, ten hrne. Tady povolá. Tak se neberou, ne? Nebo tady to bylo nahoře. Tam je to nahoře. Ještě nedával stroju? Ne. Bylo to? Já to nechám tady, jak to může jít sem to je ten odkapává. To nechte tady, pokud. Mají na odkapávání. Tady lžičku navíc, to je čistá. Tady bychom ještě vodu, že? Ne, vodu už ne. Ne, na pití ne. Tady mají, malý. Jo, ty mají. No, to mají ty malý. Nebo jim tam hodíme, ty velký, a hodíme je tam taky. Tak tady je, jedna byla pita, takový, aha, a možná, to tady jsou. Ale radši jak zítra budu, tak probudíš. A tady si rozebereme se. Ale oni jsou byli na Jo. No a tady je Vyznej na to 4:15. A vidím ještě tady. Takže ty mi to tady. Ještě musíme ty krabice. Jo, však jo. Ale že jsem ještě půjde. když to hlásí dozadu, to tak nevíde. Ale počkej. Slyšet to, že tam nemůže kapelí, ale jo, teda vedle sebe. Víš, jak je to tady takhle. Jo. Počkej, no. No.
1, 2.
Okay, take something sweet, water, can even do the coffee. If you want some more coffee, it's here.
Nie, on to słyszał nie tak, że tydzień tam
I think we still have plenty of time until the afternoon session. But the afternoon session is also mostly the presentations of the work packages, etc. And the people, some people maybe will participate, but I'm not sure whether they will participate the whole day online. Yeah, so we can even start with some. But yeah, you can prepare the coffee. It will be good enough for managing. There are too many buttons for you. Like high red coffee machine.
Dobra, musimy to tyle powiedzieć, w tom CDA, tym padem własnym. Mam to czyć, na to nie przyszło, mamy to czyć. No mam.
Okay, now I know.
Ano, určitě ano. Vystudoval jsem tedy písařice lékařství, které vykonalo a potom jste už studovali hospitalizované. Vstupila vlastně do neděle, čiže to bylo
it was wire having, so we can from almost tunnel operating with the burner stuff, so we get to the burner, make sure to rest on this close or short to make the
Dobre, tak teď sa budete premyslieť, aby sa vám dalo, že zriadiť jedného, tak sa vyjadríme a potom by sme to
last year. It's fun.
I think that part will get there too.
Yes.
It's like this.
No jasné. Že to treba pozornať. No, to poznáme. Ja som tiež mala, no. Nie, ale ten zápal sa mohol rozšíriť a nemusíte to cítiť, akože bolo, že to prejavil až nejaký úrovni. Dobre. Dobre, tak sa pozrite. A toto tým pádom vlastne máme zabezpečené, nemusíte sa naháňať. Jedine tá PR-nia, akože to dáva, aby mohla poslať maily zo svojho Gmailu. Ale tak skúsim sa ja môžem celého pozrieť.
No, but it was very nice. I know Brno. I know from Brno, so let's go there because I know that your internet is very nice. But
OK, tak hej, nechcela som vás naháňať. Dobre, OK, tak ďakujem veľmi pekne, tak spravíte deň. Dobre, tak ďakujem, dávajte na seba pozor a budem tu čakať zajtra na spraviť, na bude lepšie. Majte sa, ďakujem.
Right? Yes. There's no water. So
Sí. Todavía muy moralista.
Where? I think in Olomouc, in Spain. I don't know when it starts. That's on my phone. It's in Spain, but the next meeting is in Valladolid, right? Yes. Do you know when? Valladolid. You have it's spelled Valid with the V. Valladolid.
Yes. You're from Vigo. I know Vigo. Yes, Vigo is Portugal.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's just.
Now it's become quite the art and culinary center.
No, yeah.
Friday in Prague, and they told me that we spent a weekend before in your club, just like a family or a visit, because we're very child friendly. We got this additional bars and food, so we told them. And now the weather was like summer, so even this Sunday was still fine. And yesterday it changed. Maybe tomorrow is good. Yeah, on Wednesday I'm teaching all day, so it's good. Like, even tomorrow at 8 I have my lecture. So we will attend it.
They call same ideas. The old towns here and new space decided all the streets are yes, I get wondered. Yes, this was the idea of the urbanism of 19th century. At the end of the century, Paris, same idea.
David, what's the purpose of this? 10, 20 minutes. Your idea. We have probably 20 minutes.
Yeah, for everybody, 20 minutes, more or less.
No, but I like the general purpose. What's your idea?
That everybody presents their research.
Research, so like personal, we want to get some, not actually, not the project related things, but
yeah, the general research, and in the sense that also what you are going to use for the project.
Yeah, okay.
For example, I will start now with my with the chair, the chair, to explain what I do in the chair, and because it will be something that will be used in something similar here. So.
Okay, because tomorrow there is a more detailed session on the
about that we don't speak anymore.
Tomorrow, no, today.
It's today.
Now you are going to speak about the work packages.
Yeah, but I will just make a small introduction about them, and then I will speak about myself, because then I change myself from the cell. So I'm not in the program now.
Yeah, because I have the old program.
Yeah, so it's fine. I will speak now about the.
We can even spend some time and change it sooner.
Yeah, perfect, no problem.
Yeah, there's
Valencia, yes, it's near to Barber.
Yeah, it's near Bilbao.
Yes,
You know, I'm going to see this bridge. I really like
So in a way, I like to see also this in
If you want, I can start already. Speaking about the work packages. So we are fine. No, I don't think so.
Please serve yourselves, take the coffees or something, but we will maybe start, because sooner we start, sooner we will finish, and then we will have more time to move into the hotel, refresh ourselves, and then for dinner. Okay, we are about to start. If you wanted to have a coffee or something, just feel relaxed to take it, because it's an informal session. We will start with David speaking about the work packages, but also then speaking about his research. Then we have a coffee break, another coffee break, but we will organize it somehow.
Yeah, when we feel
fluently, how we will feel. So maybe after David will tell you something, or tell us something about the work packages in general, and then about his research. Maybe then I can continue, or Lucia could continue with her 15-20 minutes, then I will tell you something. Then we can have a small coffee break, another one, because there is still a lot of panna cotta and the other things, and we have another very good, delicious things in the fridge. And after the coffee break, we will continue with Ola, Alexandra, and with Zeynep, and who is there, and so maybe no, this is there is updated. Okay. Yeah, I just have a the old one. So we can. Okay, so we'll do it in a way that we will have the Spanish first. Okay, so David and then Celso and Lucia.
Yeah, because Celso has to teach later, so he has to teach online. So
you have online session. Right?
Yes.
Okay. And then we can have this coffee break, and then Alexandra, Zeynep, Tiago, and Matea will finish. And if we will close today's meeting sooner, it's maybe better. Then we will move to our, or you will move to your.
Especially for Polish team, because we would like to start to watch the
pre-election debates, because
you have a pre-election debate.
Yes,
yeah,
because only one. So
and it's what time is it?
At 6:30. Yeah.
Just 1 hour.
We have to go to the.
Yeah. So maybe we will.
But because we have parliamentary elections on Sunday, right? So this is
yeah. So we will.
We're in a hot week.
If we will finish somewhere half past 5 or something before 5, then you will have a time to move to your hotel and to see to watch this pre-election debates. It could be very interesting, I suppose, especially in Poland.
During the
you will tell us your predictions, who will be the winner. And I will tell you when we will finish, maybe we can make some arrangement about the meeting spot, because most of you, I think, the big majority or vast majority of you are staying in the Parisian Spa, and the rest is just across the street in the Trinity Hotel. So we will have, we can meet somewhere there in, for example, next the Theresian Gate. You all saw it. It's like a gate there next to your both hotels. And I will come there at some particular time, and then we will walk to a place where we will have a dinner. So let's do it this way. I will give floor to David, and somehow fluently continue.
So hello again. So now we will just make a small introduction about the working packages that we have in the project, and then I will present my research, as all of us have to present our own research of what do we do at work, and what could be our contribution for this network. So very basic about the working packages. We have 6 working packages. Okay. Originally, project management and coordination depends on the TalTech, my university, Tallinn Technical University. So basically all related with management, and everything will be under the supervision of Victoria. So she already presented herself. The lever that we have to provide to European Commission with these first working packages is just the project data document that will be in month 35. So all the activities that we are going to make on all the research, all the interaction with partners or whatever, publications, anything related with the project, and the month 35 has to be ready, and we have to present this report to the European Commission. So in 3 years time. So I hope we have a nice report to present, but it's the only delivery that we have to provide with that. Then working package 3 is linked with concept of a digital transformation. This also depends on TalTech. So basically, what we are trying to do with these working packages is to present some kind of theoretical approach linked with intergovernmentalism based on digitalization. So basically here, this is all responsibility of the Tallinn, just that you know that this exists. What we are trying to do or planning to do is to base the idea of neo-functionalism and the spillover effect that they link with digitalization. We will present this concept to the European Commission in order that they can use it in the future. The idea, basically, all of you know this concept, or most of you know. So it's like what should be the areas, the fields that are going to provide more results in order to be more efficient with the relation with the citizens, that are going to attract more loyalty from the European citizens to the European institutions. In that sense, which ones have the most capacity to bring or attract further integration. This concept is based on the digital integration is going to solve current issues of the problems of the European Union in the relation with the citizens mainly, and but it's going to create new problems. These new problems could be like we were speaking before, access to the digital services. That is not a problem when we don't have digital services. So these new problems have to be addressed before we have a real problem. So this is the main concept that is going to be linked with this working package. So in that sense, we will send the methodology and the guidelines for this concept to the European Commission, and it's part of our agreement with the European Commission. This I insist, we do it in Tallinn, and you will have access to all the documents that we are going to elaborate in that sense. This deliver with this working package number 3 is also at the end of the project. Okay, so anyway, if you are working, I mean, we'll have more communication between the members. If you are working and you're feeling that this is something that you can contribute to, you just send emails and we contact each other. We discuss about the possibilities. Exploitation, dissemination, and results of the projects. It will be work package number 6. So for that, we just need to present one deliver to the European Commission. It will be in the month 24th. So after 2 years. So what will be our strategy in order to promote the work that we are doing? We put it in month 24 in order that we have already some work done, so that we have something to disseminate. So it will be a little bit complicated now to prepare a dissemination plan when we don't have something material that we have really done. So in that sense, this all will depend on Tallinn as well. Then we have other work packages like number 2 that depends on the University of Vigo and Celso. So basically the communication of the project. So the elaboration of the web page and the communication strategy, social media, the logo, all these aspects related to disseminate what we are doing. In that sense, we had 2 delivers for the European Commission that will be like 30th of November of this year, the communication strategy. I mean, the creation that we are going to make a web page, Facebook group, or all this kind of thing, Twitter, and so on and so on. And then the website and the social media accounts that should be ready before the end of this year. Okay, this is the agreement that we got with the European Commission. So this will be now in fall. Okay. So work package number 4. Sorry. Yeah.
So, okay, we'll have a web page. What kind of social media communication are we going to? What kind of social media channel are we going to use?
We are trying to. I mean, the idea is to have as much as possible different options.
Twitter accounts.
Yeah, when I was what I was speaking with someone, maybe you can say it better than me. That they are going to hire one person that is going to be in charge of this all this communication strategy of the project.
Company.
To deal with all the communication. The idea is that we have as much things as possible, and then let's see what works better. He will share all the information with us, and then we can contribute with our own. Okay, this main thing with that. Work package number 4. So this depends on Olomouc, Ondrej. So he will explain a little bit more. It's like increasing the awareness about digital transformation and the impact on the society. So basically what we have is the elaboration of different material that we can present to our partners, the institutional partners that we were speaking before. Okay, so
Sorry.
no, it happened to me right before, so I cannot say anything about that. So the main point is that we have some material that we can share beside our own research and our own ideas, okay? And this will be elaborated by the Olomouc. I mean,
yeah. In that work package, we will build our, let's say, dissemination and awareness strategy and awareness campaign based on the research outcomes of the partners. So of course, it's something like exposed or this. No. It has a primary content because we need to build on this digital transformation strategy in general. But then the more particular outcome is to disseminate the results of the research which will come. So maybe after first year, first half of the project, we will produce some concrete research outcomes, soft outcomes, methods, methodologies. Then they will be shared with us, and we will put it to one package, which could be and to prepare some generalization. So to maybe to make it more feasible and more easy, more simple to exchange the results of the research of one partner with the stakeholders and the outside partners of the other network members. So somehow like generalization of the outcomes of our research. That's something which is our idea. So it will come maybe exposed.
I have a question on that. Are you also going to include conference attendance? For instance, we have some of us have a panel, right? So there won't be a publication yet, right? But are you also going to include this?
Yeah, definitely, yes.
As well.
Maybe this is also the kind of fact on the part of, let's say, awareness raising generally.
Yeah, exactly. For that, we have to present the results to European Commission on the 31st of January 2025. So plenty of time. Insist, we have put on almost all the delivers at the end of the project that we don't have any problem. The public, the project officer from the European Commission has been very kind, and she recommended us to do in that way. And from the original application, we have changed these deadlines following her advice, because we had some more deadlines in the coming year, for example, and she advised to put it at the end. And they were very flexible, and they really, I have to say, very helpful. So it's very good. So 31st of January 2025, I think is quite possible.
Yeah. And I hope, I think that Victoria will share us all these deadlines, or to do something like the time scale of the work project, even the change deadlines, because some of them are even in the. Originally, it was even in month 3. Actually, we are now in the month 2.
Yeah, exactly.
Of the project, and I think that in the original idea was that the first deliverables will come in month 3, which was very.
Yeah, it was too much.
Too much, maybe naive or very.
Yeah, but in that sense,
optimistic.
I had to say that the official of the European Commission has been super helpful. I mean, I have been really. I was expecting to have August as holidays, and I was all day August dealing with these things with her. But at least it's everything done, and it's very nice woman. So we are lucky to have this project officer in that sense. So work package number 5, that will depend on the University of Valladolid. So they are just hiring one person. I mean, Ricardo should be here, very good colleague, a very good friend. We have been working a lot together. So they are hiring just one person to focus on that. So guidelines for the stakeholders for implement the digital transformation. So let's say the Olomouc is making these materials. Valladolid will make guidelines that they can implement the materials, let's say. Okay. So more focus, again, we try to focus on the practical implementation of our research. Okay, now that we come from seeing this co-working and all this stuff of let's say that in our proposal, we try to make things like make our research. All of us have research. All of us are good in what we are doing. That's why we are in this network. Now we are trying to do is to implement or try to have something more practical related with that. Okay. So in that sense, this University of Valladolid is going to prepare this like guideline or small instructions for the stakeholders in general that they can implement the results of the research that we are going to make. Okay, so that's why this deliver is just these guidelines. It's going to be 31st of August 2025, so the really end of the project. Okay, so basically what we have done, everything, they will elaborate all these guidelines. So basically, that's all about the working packages. We have these 6 working packages. This is the Olomouc, Vigo, Valladolid, and Taltech. So it's our responsibility. We'll be taking care of that. If you have any questions, I guess now it's too much. you will get all this information by Victoria. Okay, she will have all the documents of the meeting, all the documents of the deadlines and everything. And for the rest of the members, you don't need the deadlines in that sense, but you will get all the information that you know what we are doing and you know how we can use the research. Okay. Questions? Something related about work packages?
I actually have two work package for which, if I correctly understood, I mean, there's a high possibility that I didn't actually, but I'm joking. We will produce certain research which is connected to the subjects that the network is addressing, and we should make this available to you so you can use the conclusions to produce the report for the committee.
Exactly.
Okay. First question is responded. Second question, which is on language, because I'd say that currently we probably publish and work 50% in English, 50% Portuguese.
Mm-hmm.
Is production that exists in Portuguese also relevant for you guys, or?
Yeah, any language is. I mean, myself, for example, I publish in Spanish and English, so it's acceptable. Anyway, it's time that you have some research or some production, scientific production in Portuguese, send abstract in English. Okay, because in the project has to be included in English.
I'll give you a concrete example, which is actually in English. This one is one that's interesting and quickly. We are organizing a conference on the 27th of October, which is on basically data protection and human rights. And we'll have, for example, old president of the Portuguese EPA. And from this conference, we'll organize either a book or a special issue of our journal. This would be something that we would make available for you to be one of the outputs that as a part of the network, or
if it is linked with the topic of the network, yes. Okay. If it is about the production of ceramic in Portugal, no. No, but you understand me, no? It has to be something that we can use or link with the main topic of the. Yeah, data protection is relevant for the topic.
Okay.
But it has to be, and remember, this is for all. Has to be some European perspective. Data protection in the Spanish legislation, for example, will not be usable. Okay, but data protection in general, without this restriction of local or.
For us, this is not really an issue because we basically only research.
So it's perfect then. Yeah, perfect. And you have the center of excellence.
Yes,
so it's like.
So
yeah. I mean, I have been checking all the partners, so I know what you do, all of you. So more or less. I mean, I don't know the life of everybody, but I have even watched videos of all of you in YouTube. So I have done my research. Yes, I have done it. I mean, when I was preparing the composition of the network, I have to check the people that I was going to invite. So in that sense, I have been checking almost all of you. Okay. Any other questions, ideas, work packages? Fine. Okay, so now just shortly, because I already said something before, now we start with the presentations of all the members of the network. Main ideas, what we do, that the others know. After that, please send all your presentations, or if you don't have a presentation, I personally don't, but send brief information to Victoria, so that Victoria can make a document and share it with all of us, okay? So just to have this main approach that we have in contact with, we can locate in our brains everybody, okay? That's the main point of this presentation. So first, about my research. I mean, if you go to my Google Scholar page, you will see that most of my most cited works are linked with, I would say, more political science, European integration, some history, Mitterrand and the European design, Brexit. Brexit is a book that we sold a lot of books, which is not normal for the academic world. I mean, we all of us know. And but it was the most sold book in Springer for 2 years in our field. So, but I was thinking that Brexit will never happen. So like, you never know with these things, okay? So I was like, not this saying in the book, like this would never happen. I was saying that British cannot be so stupid. But, you know, life, you never know with these things. So basically what I say with that is that my approach is to my research, and that says I have been 21 years doing European Union stuff, and I have changed my approach to European Union, my research in different fields. I started with history of the European Union. So that's why I have the different articles about Mitterrand, Helmut Kohl, Charles de Gaulle, different personalities that were involved with the European integration and the ideas that were behind these people. So basically, I have been focused since the beginning in these ideas in the long perspective of what is the European Union, what is the European Union that they defended. So I try to approach European Union as a process, something that is in constant development, that is not finished at all, but it's something that is not going to last forever either. Okay, this I always say in my lessons, and my students all the time laugh about me, that if the Roman Empire collapsed, the European Union will collapse one day. Okay, so everything collapsed. But we have to, or what I'm trying to do in my research is to approach it from a long perspective and with the idea that it's in constant development. In that sense, this digitalization fits perfectly. That is a new adding thing that we have for this European Union as the idea of progress, moving, in the sense that if we stop moving, it will collapse. So this more or less will be the center of my research. If you see my articles and the books chapters of the last 3-4 years, I just have things almost just things related with digital aspects. So basically what it means that a few years ago I was thinking that what is the future of European Union? I was really thinking that we have to move forward more digitalization. I'm not a genius, I just live in Estonia and everything is very digital there. So I was thinking that it will be at some point moving to European Union level. So that's why in the last years I'm just doing that. So digital sovereignty and the identity of the European Union, digital market, a lot of different perspectives, different topics, but all linked with the same idea that the digitalization is going to help European Union to develop, to go to the next step, next level. Okay? In the sense that if we stay as we are, we collapse. We don't want to do that. We want to move forward. So that's why we do that. If you go to my ResearchGate web page, I have quite a lot of reads. I'm very surprised. It's 140,000 reads, which is like, I don't know who reads so much. Anyway, but anyway.
A lot of people.
You know. I think it's my mother every day, like going to
8 billion people on this planet.
So anyway, if you check that, what you will see that most of my threads, the people that my articles that have been read is about the theories of European Union, theories of European integration. So these new articles I'm adding about the digital aspects of the European Union are getting a lot of reads, but the most read articles I have is the theories. One is called Theories of European Integration, others about the intergovernmentalists, others about the neo-functionalists. So this frame of the European Union. And in that sense, I'm trying to implement this frame for the digitalization also nowadays. Okay, so basically I follow in the proposal of for this network. I had to write down the methodology that was going to be used, and in that case I use neo-functionalism. That the methodology that is going to be what I explained before. We need to create we need to solve our current problems. Digitalization is a solution, but it's also going to create new problems that we have to address before they are going to harm the system. So this will be the whole theoretical frame behind that. Then about my projects, I spoke a little about what I'm teaching is projects, then I go to teaching. So projects, I have the German model, functionality about the European Union functionality. So basically what is making the European Union work? It was a few years ago. Then I have now the chair, the German chair, the Digital Europe and Future Integration. And the chair is focused on the digital market and what means the digital market for the European integration, in the sense that as more market that we have, we will need to have more control from the political perspective. So as we are fully integrated in the market, next step will be how to control this market. So in that sense, digital market provides a lot of possibilities. The second pillar of this chair is the e-governance and the EU demos. So European Union citizens, how interacting digitally with the European Union will increase the common identity among the Europeans and will contribute to create a stronger European Union. Without the support of the people, the European Union will collapse at some point. So as more people as we attract, the best. And one of my main fields of research right now is how to attract these people to the European Union. Like I mentioned before, for example, the creation of a consultation to European citizens via digital platforms, for example. Okay, this is the second pillar. Third pillar, I'm working more is the digital social systems and convergence with Europe. This was working a lot last year with when I was in Turku University in Finland. I just finished this month working in Turku University, and but I'm still interested in this topic. So basically, it's like how digital innovation can help to create a common frame to access the social services within the European Union, but not integration, but more about cooperation. Okay, we are very far from integration in terms of social aspects, but we still can cooperate a lot. And this cooperation, in my opinion, and this is the direction that my research is moving, this cooperation is going to attract a lot of loyalty of the citizens, in the sense that my health is the most important thing for me. I mean, my children, my family, but without health. So if European Union can help me to have a good health, or support me when I am bad health, like giving me access to different countries' health systems, for example, my loyalty will be higher to European Union. Okay? I have a problem, health. European Union helps me, my loyalty goes to the one that helps, not to the Estonian government that does not do anything for me. And it's not the case. The Estonian government health system is very good, and I have zero complaints. I was sick and they treat me very well, so zero problems about this. But you understand the idea. No? So this is what I'm focusing on. Then teaching European integration as a course, just a general course about what is the European Union, like very basics, and teaching in the law department, so I have to make it very simple, because otherwise the lawyers don't know so much about these political aspects, so I have to present that in a very simple way. And I have the course next semester. Next semester, I have two courses. There will be the one about the e-democracy in the European Union, and the course will be social approach to the European. So basically, what I have seen before. So basically, very general, this is all about me, about my research, and as I'm going to lead the research group in Tallinn, we are going to focus on the civic participation from the digital perspective in the European Union. Okay? This will be our first, and I think we have a lot of things in common with, or we could have a lot of synergies with Poland in that sense. So, any questions? Nothing? Okay. So that's it. Thank you very much for listening. And now we Celso, please. Sí.
Briefly, because some
some things I have thought about it this morning, but nowadays I have a chair. I am a dominant chair since next year, last year. My dominant chair is European institutions and citizens adapting the European Union to digitalization challenges. I think it's perfectly related with our project. And in this this organized based 5 work package. Obviously, the first is management. The second work package is training and teaching. And I organize course, a brief course about Europe, culture, and history, and talk about this kind of things.
Okay, can you hear us now? Yeah, okay, so now it's working. Maybe it's just sleeping or in the sleeping mode or something. So now maybe it will be work. It will work now.
Okay. And as I said, is the last activity. I try to stimulate the vocation to research about European Union, especially about digitalization, transformation, and this kind of questions. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Right. I'll try to sum up. Okay, so yeah, my name is Lucia Mokra. I'm from Comenius University. Here on behalf of a team who is in the field researching part of them. My colleague is right now at in Innsbruck, researching on the public procurement and the consumer protection at the Faculty of Law. And another one is stuck with the administration because we have ongoing accreditation at the university. So that's why I will not be with you tomorrow, but I will be stuck with people coming and reviewing us up to very detail. So, and we would have one more PhD student involved. She's the new one. She's the freshman for the first year, but she had experience more than 20 years of translating EU judgments from French to Slovak. So dealing with the EU law. So we will have a quite good team to cover our topics. About my background and project results, I always have been, I'm by background, as already mentioned, a lawyer and political scientist. So I'm teaching the European law and international law both at my Faculty of Social and Economic Sciences and at Faculty of Law. And I'm also having the policy courses on the European Union foreign policy or the human rights. So I always keep the human rights aspects to any kind of a legal framework and the policy framework. And therefore, so in that case, we also run, I have been a Jean Monnet chair on the topic migration in the European Union and international relations, which we finished one and something, yeah, the August of the last year. And I'm still the main principal investigator in the European Jean Monnet Center of Excellence, which is focused on the rule of law in the European Union. So it's a very legal, but what's my main focus is this human rights aspect. And the human rights aspects are present very particularly in the digitalization, because many times we see that the digital strategy is applied in the legal framework and in the policy, but there is also the implementation part where we see the lack of the human rights protection and the guarantee. So we will combine within our team the legal research, the policy research, and then the practical human rights implications of the digitalization in the different areas. So that's our main intention, to look on the impact on the digitalization hand in hand with the legal framework and the policy setting. In this way, we would like to cover several areas, as already mentioned, and that's the consumer, then the public procurement, and then the digitalization impact on the people. In accordance with the main principle of the digital program or the digital strategy 2030,
to leave no one behind. So this will be applied from the point of the non-discrimination based on age, based on access to public services, based on the prohibition from discrimination on the disabilities, and also based what is quite new factor, and that's the socioeconomic origin. Because with the increased impact, social impact of the ongoing different crises, we can see that there is the connection between the one intention to, for example, increase the digitalization, but it creates on the other side higher impact of people who are not able to get to the digital services because of their socioeconomic origin, because of their income, because they are living already on the edge of poverty, or because of their community approach, or the nationality, or the ethnical or the ethnics itself. So this would be our interest to research. In that sense, it is pretty much, of course, connected with the non-discrimination as the fundamental principle of the EU law. And therefore, we will also approach a number of areas within the internal markets and its implications between the EU level and the national level. So if there is adopted, for example, the digital strategy or the directive and its implementation on the national level, and we would like to assess its not only the transposition, but also the implementation and the social impact from this perspective. And beyond that, it will be also linked with the number of rights which should be exercised through the digital tools, as it is stated both in the digital strategy as well as in the EU pillar of social rights. So in this way, we are talking about the number of public services, the number of political, social, and economical rights, so which will be in the next future exercised in the digital manner, or at least that's the intention, which have been proved by the member states in signing the recovery and resilience plans, where every member state ensure that they will cover at least 21% of the allocated money for the digitalization. That's actually true. 24 member states did it on this average level, approximately between 21 to 23% of all the amount allocated should go to the digitalization, but there is no clear every time whether it is going to hardware, software, training, different digital decades, first, second, or the third one. And so there are two countries which allocate more, Germany and Austria, even more than 50%, 53% exactly, without additional legislation or additional political framework on the national level. So from this point, we would like to also compare this kind of political approach of the countries to dedicate themselves to the digitalization, to fulfill the goal to allocate and use the money. And on the other side, the social impact, whether it will be really used for the improvement of the people in the respective member states. So it will be the horizontal comparison in between the member states. So we will, and that's only in the very first stage of brainstorming, we would like to compare the annual report on the spendings or on the evaluation of recovery and resilience plans in between the member states, which provides us the primary data to assess whether this digitalization is ongoing, at least formally, how much money are spent, and then we look on this impact on the individual human beings' rights.
Okay, I think that's my turn.
Yeah.
To Spanish and then to Slovak, even though I'm working here on Czech Republic and Slovak. I forgot to mention it. I do not have my computer. My name is Ende. If there are some other newcomers, but I think that we are all together from the very morning. So yeah, my given name is Ende, my surname is Hamlak, and I'm searching. I'm here from the Palacký University Faculty of Law. What we involved into our network is Jean Monnet Chair on the economic aspects or the legal aspects of European economic integration, which is something that it's somehow reflected in the research groups and research focus of our involvement. Now that I will start maybe more generally. We are actually two persons in the lead of our faculty team. One is me, and the second is Professor Sterling, who is Mr. Dean, and who was with us at the beginning. But today, or maybe now, I think from 3 o'clock, he has a meeting with the students to deal with some aspects, so he's not able to be with us. What we primarily will include into the project is the research on the economic aspects of our economic connection to digitalization. We have in our team the experts which are dealing with the competition questions. There is quite developed research on the competition rules with focus on how the digital transformation is now changing the sphere of economic competition between the companies and between the stakeholders. So this will be also one of the parts of our research, and we already established something like a tiny research group of 2 persons, which will focus within our project on it. You already heard from Blanca, my colleague from Olomouc, that we are also covering the field of the consumer's protection, which is somehow connected, or very deeply connected to competition. So we will manage this as one research, something like the impact of the digital transformation on the functioning of the fair competition in general. So not only competition between the companies, but also the relation between the producers and the consumers. Me personally, I'm dealing with a bit different things. So something about me, I can also Google me. Not so many reads like David has. Being a bit younger, I have a right not to be cited so deeply. What I'm mostly doing is the constitutional aspects. I'm somehow one step in Olomouc and one step in Tallinn, doing the research on the digital constitutional questions involved on both of the universities. In Palacký University, I was happy to have a chance to create, with the support of the Czech Science Foundation and other projects, to create very hardworking and promising research laboratory, which was dealing with the digital sovereignty question. Pablo was one of the members, and I'm really proud that I had so hardworking international collaborators. Altogether, actually, we were people from 5 states. There were people from Spain, from Armenia, from Finland, from Slovakia, from Czech Republic, but also from Hungary, working on my digital sovereignty lab. Our focus was mostly about the protection of the individual as the building block of any society, as something like the constitutional block. When we are transforming to a digital regulation, digital governance, and actually digital presence. First of all, what we were focusing on, and there are several papers on it. There were maybe 3 levels. One level was really to deal with the digital sovereignty as the question of the doctrinal change. So we were, I was happy to have a very good people from the philosophy of law in my team, and we were dealing with the question of how the concept of sovereignty is changing. So the classic analogous sovereignty for whether it is actually transferable or transplantable to the digital world. We published several articles, several chapters. One of them, or set of them, were published in a book which was edited by David and me on digitalization in the European Union. We were dealing with this, let's say, theoretical shift in understanding of the concept of sovereignty. But then we also shift to practical things, dealing with the question of data protection and generally the regularity or the regulation capacity of the European Union in a sphere of the digital space and digital universe. our main question, and Pablo was dealing with it, and actually it's still part of his PhD thesis and the part of the PhD thesis of the other students we have. It's the limits and the set of the regulatory power of the European Union within the digital space. The last layer, something like the future, and could be discussed even for future cooperation. Now, what we are now dealing with is the shift from digital sovereignty as from the state or public power view to an individual view. So to recreate the sovereignty as some protected area of individuals within the digital sphere, which is more in line with the digital strategy of the European Union. So this is something about me. I was publishing widely about the digital sovereignty, data protection, and the fundamental rights connected to digital transformation and digital revolution. Generally, so speaking also about the other things, we will focus on within the competition or the fair competition cluster of our research. We want to deal with the question of the digital enterprises and their and their responsibility for and also the question of how applicable is the traditional competition law concepts, case law of the Court of Justice to this say virtual enterprises, even how the communication and for example the cartels are being created and how we can grasp their existence within the digital space. This will be the question of my colleagues. Altogether, we wanted to include some 5-6 people into our research or working group within the network. And we already have some experience because next to the Jean Monnet Chair, which is joining our group, we have also Jean Monnet Center of Excellence on the faculty, which is also affiliated with the department where I'm working. Jean Monnet Center of Excellence, where also Blanca was, she's still a member, was created on our faculty some 8, 9 years ago. But within this Jean Monnet Center of Excellence, we had another network where also Tallinn was included. It was Jean Monnet Network on the European Union and the challenges of modern society, where partners from Kiev, Heidelberg University, Tallinn, and Bratislava were involved. It was the smaller network. But what is good and why I'm speaking about it, this network was a good experience, how the let's say huge network consortium could be managed. We have some skills about putting at least 5 partners together. And it was a network where the digitalization was just a part, because challenges of modern society are much more wider. But just one part of it was also digitalization. So we have some experience with it. Some of the results of this project, of this Jean Monnet network, which already existed, or the project finished this year, were still alive. For example, there was a blog, Modern Europe, if I'm something like this, I think Modern Europe blog was created, which could be even used for dissemination of the part of the outcomes within this additional network, because the project ended, but the outcomes are still with it. So we're still running the online blog and the web page. On behalf of our faculty, we are publishing here 2 journals. Both are in English, both are indexed in the Scopus. One is more focused on the like on an international law and comparative, and even the title is International and Comparative Law Review. This journal is Scopus index in somewhere in between the 2nd and 3rd quartile. We will see how it will be this year. We just actually could be used as a good platform for even a dossier or the selected papers, selected research outcomes within the network. Mostly for those of you who are lawyers, because it's the law journal. I'm serving as the editor-in-chief of the journal, so we can make a deal with about possible dossier even here. But the second journal which we have is more wider, and it's a journal called European Studies, the Review of European Law, Economics and Politics, which is interdisciplinary. It's also Scopus Index. This journal we publish in cooperation with the Czech Association for European Studies. It's published in Kluwer, in Walters Kluwer. And it's biannual, the same like International Comparative Law Review, both are biannual. And the second one is accepting the more wider range of papers. The only connecting feature is Europeanness or Europeanism, because it's the European law, economics, politics, and we are publishing the legal, economic, political, historical, also sociological research. So this could be a good option how to disseminate it, spread the information. Both are online, both are open access, and both are free of any charges. So we are not like many of the science journals. We are not asking to pay any APCs or open access. So these journals are widely available. So this is something in general about me and the Olomouc team. I'm just the half of our team, or not even half, I'm just one part, because we all are equal. Just some of us are more, have more duties. Yeah, to present Olomouc, and looking forward for any cooperation and any questions. Okay. And I think as an organizer, that is the time to have a coffee. So I'm just changing the codes from the participant to organizer. And well, what about having a coffee and some water, cigarettes for those who are smoking? So it means me, the only one who's smoking here, or mostly more close and close to Japan. Because to smoke in Japan is
once in a while I will have joined you for the cigarette.
Okay, perfect. Well, I will remember it as a nice. It would be nice. Okay, so let's have a break, and we will continue in the 15 minutes, maybe 15. Not to waste the time.
Tak, do użycia.
Okay.
Yep, Alexandra.
Let's continue. So I haven't prepared any formal presentation or PowerPoint, but I will take this opportunity just to tell you a few words about what we focus on in our chair and what role digitalization plays and also can play in our research. So I think that what is important when we look at our team is that we represent one discipline. So we are all political scientists, and we all do comparative politics, looking either at the institutions or policies. So that's in a way the common bottom line. Now, the Jean Monnet Chair titles this is representative democracy in crisis mode. So obviously we focus on democratic institutions and also relations between institutions and citizens, and what different crises actually do with our institutions, or in general terms with democracy. So this is, so to say, the general, a sort of an umbrella of the research that takes place in our team. And what is also specific, right, in this very political science perspective is that we look at digitalization as an explanatory factor. We do not study digitalization per se. This is not our dependent variable, speaking, in the jargon of our discipline, but we try to examine how various factors associated with crisis, and digitalization is also part of it, have impacted democracy. To give you an example, during the pandemic, we had a lot of digital innovations introduced. And we see that they had an impact on institutions, different impact. So given that, we do not approach digitalization as a factor that can only modernize, improve politics, or the relation between citizens and the institutions that represent them, but also a factor that can actually harm democracy, right? So we are open to acknowledge that democracy can have, digitalization can have a both positive and a negative impact. So this is the very general framework. And as I said, the chair in a way is a sort of a hub that is home to different other projects that have either been recently completed, are being developed, or are also taking place. And in doing so, we cover both the national level, so doing comparative politics, but we also look at the European level and supranational institutions. So in this sense, we cover quite a lot. And since, the advantage is that, many of our team members are here today, so I don't have to do the whole talking on my own. So in a minute, I will just ask them to jump in and say a few words about the project, other projects funded either nationally or also from National Science Foundation or other sources that take place under this common umbrella. So speaking about maybe. Now I'll give just one very quick example of the national focus that we have in our team. This is the research project Pandemo that is funded by the NCN. So this is the National Science. What's an agency?
National Science Agency.
Agency, exactly. Yeah. Yes, this is the official translation. So basically, we look in this project at the impact of the pandemic at the functioning of national parliaments in EU member states. And we see that in some parliaments, digitalization has actually helped these institutions to continue with their scrutiny and legislative functions and to fulfill them better in these difficult circumstances. But on the other hand, we also see some cases like, you know, Poland and Hungary, where actually digitalization, even when it has been introduced, that has not really helped, you know, to improve the working of the institutions because they encountered other problems. Or digitalization tools are hijacked by non-democratic actors actually to suppress democracy. So sad as it is, but also within the European Union, we observe some cases. So maybe now, since I started with national politics, Anna, maybe you can add, because your research is comparative at the national level, and then Jan will take maybe a few words about the other project that covers the European dimension in our team. So.
Okay, so I have to say openly that when Alexandra said that this project is on digitalization, and I feel to be rather analphabetic on digital question. So I was really afraid, you know, that perhaps I'm not really an expert or a researcher who could analyze this. But as a researcher analyzed political parties, and we are in our team smaller team than Alexandra, for example, is not in the team, but another colleagues. We prepared the project, so we still could add this question of digitalization on the research, concentrate on how political parties, national political parties, but also European political parties, so the parties at European level, try to digitalize the relation with the movement, the civil society organizations, because they realized, so political parties realized that members of party members are very limited. So they're looking for extend the cooperation with another organization, using also the digital tools. And sometimes it's tools, internal tools to cooperate, not really with members, but for example, sympathizers. So we would like to concentrate in our project in biggest umbrella project on main actor, because political parties, we think that still in European democracy it's main actors, but they have to challenge with another type of participation in political in political life. Yes, so we would like to see how they communicate with sympathizers, with electorate, using this type of communication.
Very interesting. Yeah, great. My mind is full of ideas and questions. I will present the other part of Wrocław University research. So it's transnational research. So yeah, me and Karolina Borońska, who was present online in the morning. We have a project about inter-parliamentary cooperation in the European Union. So we focus how national parliaments cooperate with European Parliament and vice versa, and whether they want to cooperate. And we already have some preliminary results. This, by the way, this project is also funded by National Science Agency. And in our research, we focus so far on Conference on the Future of Europe. I don't know if you heard about it. I wouldn't be surprised if you didn't. It was a huge event in the European Parliament, but it
and it should be about, it was aimed to be about enhancing civic participation in the European Parliament, but in the end it wasn't such civically published, so public didn't know about this. Anyway, and some of course, some did. Yeah. Academics know that it was aimed to public, we focused how national parliaments were involved and how European Parliament was involved. And there was one novel approach during which appeared during this conference. And it was a multilingual digital platform. In this platform, all citizens could share their ideas about European Union, what they want to change, and so on. And this is quite novel, and I think that it's very related to our project, to this project. And interesting is what I think is interesting, that every political forces in the European Parliament support this digital platform. Everybody wanted to have it because pro-European parties wanted to have more civic participation, but Eurosceptic political groups wanted also Eurosceptic voices. And this multilingual digital platform is something which attracts also different diverse voices, because we know from the research that in civic participation, mostly they are engaged people who are already somehow interested in that topic. So Eurosceptic groups saw this platform as an opportunity to challenge European Union, to promote their Eurosceptic ideas. However, in the end, what our research shows is that this platform was used only in the beginning of this event, and it wasn't really implemented in the end of this conference. And Eurosceptic voices in the European Parliament criticized this issue. So this is something on which we are working right now with Karolina. And I really think that it's related to our project, because, you know, I believe that we need to somehow involve more diverse voices into decision making or into European Union, and to bring more citizens, bring EU politics to citizens. So I will end in this sentence right now. And that's all from my side.
Thank you. No questions?
Yes, one more thing about Poland. We will have our first meeting in Poland.
Okay, the coordinator has decided. Okay.
So next meeting will be in Valladolid, and in a year, more or less time, we will meet in Poland.
Yeah. We have a similar hub like this one in Wrocław, and it also cooperates very nicely. There's a nice, you know, area where, you know, the academics cooperate with startups, and I've actually already had a chance to organize one of my conferences or workshops in this hub. It was a nice experience. So immediately I thought, yeah, that would be a nice location, you know, to base another workshop. Okay, good.
Thank you. Yeah.
I actually had prepared a presentation, but I won't do it because no one did. So I'll just look at my own slides and talk about them. So again, I'm Zeynep Hayat. I come from Istanbul. I work in a small university, which is very new, only 30 years old, and Koç University. And I'm an associate professor there, and I hold a Jean-Monnet chair in EU law and digitalization, which I will talk about in detail in a bit. I realized that I haven't talked about myself much when I presented myself in the morning, so I'll talk about my background a bit. I have a bachelor's degree in philosophy, politics, and economics from the University of Oxford, which is older than Salamanca, allegedly. So, then I did an LLB in Paris 1 University at Sorbonne, because I was very keen on becoming a judge later on, which then I decided was not for me. I also did an LLM at the College of Europe, which comes in quite handy when you're doing things in the commission, because most of the people who work there are from the college in Bruges, not the one in Poland. So I did legal studies at the college, and then I did a PhD in Ankara University in Turkey. I should get used to saying this. We've officially changed our name, so we're no longer called Turkey in English, and so the official name for the country is now Turkey. Yeah. Those of you who are from Czechia should have some experience in changing the official name of the country, right? So it's very new for us. So my research interests are mostly European Union law, competition law and economics, regulation. And for the past few years, I've been focusing very much on law and technology, law and digitalization. So in terms of relevant publications, I recently, so last year I wrote a book in Turkish, unfortunately, on the innovation challenge in European Union competition law. So how competition law takes into account innovation, how does it factor innovation when it analyzes, so basically the case law of the European Court of Justice. I also co-edited a book by Springer on the global perspectives on legal challenges posed by ride-sharing companies, a case study of Uber. So this was actually a book on how Uber has been regulated from a tax law perspective, from an administrative law perspective, from a competition law perspective, consumer liability perspective. And it's a comparative book that has chapters on several countries like the US, Spain, Brazil, Turkey, and what else did we have? The UK, so several sort of European and non-European countries. And I wrote 3 chapters in that book. The one which is the conceptual chapter, which talks a lot about how we regulate sort of these ride-sharing companies like Uber. And we think that Uber was quite not only dramatic in the social sense, but it was one of the first sort of disrupting digital platforms that had major sort of social and political impact. So it was a very interesting sort of research for us as well. I've also published a few sort of articles on digital markets and competition law, how digital markets or digital platforms have been affecting competition law, the sort of, again, the disruptive effect. And those, I mean, most of those are in English. And upcoming, I also have I will be writing 3 book chapters. One with David on EU contracts and digital environments. Another one on competition and antitrust regulation for digital platforms, which is coming out with Routledge. And another one on regulatory responses to new technologies in corporate law. So this is how you regulate new technologies, corporate law. So basically, for instance, AI as a board member and how that's regulated in different countries, etc. As far as funded research projects are concerned, I'm currently sort of right in the middle of a funded project, which is funded by the Scientific and Technological Research Council of Turkey, which is the most important sort of national research institution in Turkey. So that is partly related to digitalization, because that research is about how the OECD and the EU are recommending flexible regulation for regulating innovation or innovative sort of areas. And so basically this research is looking into several countries, the US, France, South Korea, Israel, and Ireland, looking at their innovation policy. They all have different innovation policies, and they're all in the top sort of 15 when it comes to innovation indexes. So they're considered to be some of the most successful countries when it comes to innovation. And looking at these countries and looking at whether they are using flexible regulation when they are regulating innovation. And flexible regulation is the idea that it's not necessarily flexible in the sense that the rules are flexible, but it's saying that regulation should be adopted through more flexible means. So basically involving all stakeholders like business associations or businesses themselves in the rulemaking, in the idea that the more inclusive these regulation processes are, the more there will be congruence to the regulations themselves. So it's a way of sort of testing whether these successful countries are using flexible regulation, to what extent they're using it. And in the end, hopefully that will lead to some policy implications for Turkey, which is not one of the leading countries in any way when it comes to innovation. Also, I'm doing the Jean Monnet Chair on EU law and digitalization. So this is looking again at all aspects of digitalization. And so it involves basically the idea is that the European Union has a more sort of holistic approach when it comes to digitalization. It's trying to sort of look not at just one aspect of digitalization, but all of it. So AI, cybersecurity, digital markets, digital services. So there's a lot of regulation or regulatory efforts in various aspects of digitalization. And so the project is looking at different, what the EU is doing in various areas of digitalization and how these regulatory efforts are shaping EU law. Within that, I'm teaching a graduate course on law, digitalization, and innovation. And this is a course which is quite interdisciplinary. And last semester, I've had about, I think, 17 students from engineering departments who are doing their data sciences or cybersecurity program in our university. So it's quite an interdisciplinary course about digitalization and innovation and how, the regulatory elements of it. Also doing a summer school for graduate students. This is only for graduate students in law. I've held one conference on EU law and digital markets, but there will be other ones which I will be sending out to you from now on. Certificate program for non-lawyers. So part of the project is to get people who are not specialized in law professionals, who are not trained lawyers, to know more about law and digitalization. So basically what's GDPR, and we have a similar sort of act in Turkey about digital rights and protection.
It's a conference.
So basically, so that's a certificate program for non-lawyers. And we also organize workshops with public stakeholders, so one of which was the Turkish Competition Authority. I also work a lot with the largest business association in Turkey, and we're going to hold in November next month a large sort of workshop with them. And finally, there's going to be a third one, hopefully with the Ministry of Trade. Also, so that's mostly about the project. I'm a board member of the Academic Society for Competition Law, where there's a lot being done on digital markets, and also part of the academic network of European studies in Turkey, which is called ANES. And for 2 years, I was a review panel member for Cost Association for the action applications. And ever since then, I've been evaluating cost applications. So if tomorrow we actually talk about a possible sort of application for cost association actions. I think I might be, hopefully I might be helpful in preparing for such an application. That's it. If you have any questions, I'm happy to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
To był taki mały generous.
So again, good afternoon, everyone. I already had the opportunity to present myself in the morning when I arrived late for our session. But repeating myself a bit, my name is Tiago Cabral. I'm representing the University of Minho, or more precisely, what is the research department in European Union law at the University of Minho, sorry, went to the Portuguese. Went to Portuguese. We would like to thank Professor David Ramiro for the kind invitation to be here, and our hosts for, I mean, it's been a very interesting experience. I have to admit that I was not expecting to like this city so much. It's very nice. Since I already said that I work at the University of Minho. I'm a PhD student working on the intersection between data protection and artificial intelligence. So you pretty much know everything that's relevant to know about me. So I'll now go a bit more in the activities of the center itself and my colleagues, which have a bit more experience than me in these research matters. So our core team is composed of 4 people, though we may call upon others to do specific work. But that would be our lead and project manager, which was the one who actually received the invitation, Professor Alessandra Silveira, which is Jamonet Chair in European Union Law, and the chair is entitled Citizenship of Rights, European Citizenship as a Fundamental Status of Nationals of the Member States. So it covers pretty much the part about citizenship and European Union law that we were speaking before. Professor Joana Abreu, which will be our project assistant, and Maria Inês Costa, which will be our project communication specialist. Myself as a project expert. The rest of the team sends their regards. They were not able to be here due to conflicting schedules. And due to the fact that coming to the Czech Republic from Portugal is slightly more difficult than coming from Brussels. We now going specifically into the work of the department, and I've been there, I've studied at the University of Minho, but I've been working with the department for 3 to 4 years, so I may forget some things. But we've been working with citizenship for years, at least since Professor Alessandra is teaching there, so put at least a decade there. A decade in which we've been working with citizenship and European Union constitutional law and the rights of citizens, of the European citizen in the European Union. Recently, so for the last 5-6 years, with the growing concern around technology, we leaned or we adapted our previous research on citizenship to cover the digital citizenship. So what is the impact of technologies, of data, of emerging technologies in this concept of European citizenship that we've been researching before. This is a bit transversal in our work. So it goes from the classes that we teach in the bachelor's, and where we try to at least Bachelor classes in European Union law are a bit restricted in terms of time. We only have 1 semester, and we have like 4 classes per semester or 5 classes per semester, so not a lot of time. Nonetheless, we do try to analyze with our students matters that relate to technology. For example, one thing that we study every year is Google Spain, which is a key judgment in terms of data protection, and they are always very interested on it. Now the others, we try to change our program depending on the year and what's relevant in that specific year, but at least matters of data protection are always in our program. This expands in the masters. We have the masters in European Union law, where we go a bit into everything. For example, last year we had a very big focus on the conference for the future of Europe, which was very much also focused on technology. But we go from data protection to cryptocurrency to now AI, a lot of AI. Students demand to be taught about AI. The digital strategy from the European Union, competition and technology, the new waves of regulation like the Digital Markets Act, which honestly no one knows if it's regulatory or competition. I'd say it's competition, but the opinions differ. Online commerce, we try to do a bit of everything. It's not possible to do a bit of everything in all years, but we do adapt, and we do this by, in addition to our like setup classes, we have an entire subject which is dedicated to bringing researchers and scholars from outside for them to be able to approach to our students these matters that sometimes, honestly, we are not in a position to do in the best way ourselves. Sometimes and this can be an interesting approach. It's an open class after all. In addition, we also have a journal. I think a lot of people here have a journal. Our is the European Union Law Journal, and it was founded, I'd say, 8 or 9 years ago, considering the number of issues that we have. It was founded 8 or 9 years ago with the objective of being the first English language generalistic European Union journal in Portugal. And as far as I'm aware, it's still the only one which has those characteristics in Portugal. It's open access, and we are actually bound to be open access for the foreseeable future due to something that I'll talk about in a bit. We publish biannually, and not by design, but due to the interest of the people that actually submit papers. I'd say that currently 30 to 40% of our papers are on matters related to law and technology, the effects of technology on European citizens. I'll give you an example of our last issue. I went to check it before coming here, but we have there, the number is much higher. We have more than 50% articles on technology, which range from AI and the impact of AI or fair inferences based on AI. We have discrimination, also discrimination in AI. We have data protection and Brussels effect. So basically how the European Union managed to export its standard of protection to other countries across the world. This in specific is about Latin America, but there are more examples that we could provide. We also are in the process of publishing one that's about the DMA and competition laws and interceptions between them. So we have felt a lot of interest, not only ours, but also from academia in Portugal in this subject. In addition, and now going into a bit of the, we also publish a blog, which the blog is works along with the journal, which is the European EU law blog. And the funny thing is that though it's shorter articles, we publish once a week. thus the output is extensive. And we have a considerable number of visitors. Depending on the year, we do between 50,000 or more visitors per year. So it's quite reasonable. And the blog articles, when they are published, they have some immediate impact, and it lowers a bit. Some articles manage to keep on a very considerable number of views, but if anyone is interested, we are always accepting publications. And then we go into the Gemini projects themselves. We actually also have some experience in running those, or we had some previous Gemini projects. Currently, and from October 2022, so from last year, our university, and it's being also led by Professor Alessandra Silveira, is running the Gemini Center of Excellence, Digital Citizenship and Technological Sustainability, Achieving the Fundamental Rights of the Charter in the Digital Decade, which is abbreviated CITDISH. In this context, we have done a number of projects which tie with the objectives of the network. And these include, for example, producing videos which are professionally edited. Unfortunately, all of them are in Portuguese, but that's not exactly a restriction that we have. It just happens to be so. And they deal with technology-focused matters. So, for example, we had on AI, we had on discrimination based on new technologies. I think we even have one particular video which was on the type of research that Elon Musk is conducting at Neuralink, so interfaces between technology and the human brain. It's by a colleague of mine, which does some groundbreaking research on that. But those are divided in a couple of categories, so they may be with a younger researcher or a conversation between a younger researcher and a more experienced researcher. They may also be what's called research coffees, which is something that's a bit more on a relaxed atmosphere, and we try to address the subjects in a simplified manner. In addition, we also created a website, as we're going to have, as you guys are going to do here on the network, with all of our outputs in this project. We have organized a number of conferences. We are going to have a new one on 27th of October, which I think I already spoke about, but shortly it's about data protection and about bit of a commemoration of the GDPR, that's what it is. Open classes, I already spoke about it. And publications, a considerable number of publications, specifically ebooks. For example, me, Professor Alessandra, and Maria Inês are finishing, after a bit of 1 year delay almost, a commentary on the EU Charter of Fundamental Rights. This will be available in English. Professor Alessandra previously had done one in Portuguese that we now updated, work with the authors to translate, and we'll be publishing hopefully early next year. Before this, or before the CITDISH, we also had a number of between projects, Gemini models. We had a number of other similar projects, for example, Interop, which was in interoperability. That's in the name. We also had a Gemini module on the impact of technology on judicial proceedings. So from that, in addition to the conferences, the yearly summer school also, and I think we published 3 or 4 ebooks resulting from that project. And then there's the general academic output, or the general output from academia, in which, I'm one example, but Professor Alessandra and Professor Joana would be a better one, since they publish more and more frequently and have more reads also. But I'd say that between the members of the project, we published a considerable number of papers in areas that are very much related to the network. If I had to go and give you a very brief rundown, because I also don't want to bore you, but give you a very brief rundown on what the people on the network more deal with, the people on our group more deal with. Professor Alessander would be European Union constitutional law from the perspective of fundamental rights and from the perspective of multi-level constitutionalism. Currently also very much, which when you deal with fundamental rights, you end up dealing with a lot of technology. Currently, she's addressing or giving it a very high focus on the issue of inferences by artificial intelligence, so to make sure that they are fair, that they are just, and this from a fundamental rights perspective, which goes from the proposal for the AI Act to the data protection, to possible consumer legislation, to whatever is necessary on that specific occasion. So she has a very broad, she has a very wide research interest. Professor Joana works a bit more on the litigation at the European Union level, which is interesting research topic. It's not the only one. She also works with interoperability. Interop was a bit her project. She also works more with explainability in the context of AI. So, I mean, all these people are available on Google Scholar. So there's the list of papers. I work more on data protection and also on artificial intelligence, and that's pretty much it. I mean, when necessary or when I feel that I'm tired of working on the same thing, I go more into the legislative procedure in the European Union, which is something that I worked before, while Marinez works on discrimination or addresses the issues of discrimination related to technology. I mean, I think this is a decent rundown of what we've been doing at the University of Munich for the last years. Again, I probably forgot a few things, but that's pretty much it. And if you have any questions, you feel free to ask them. It will hopefully jog my memory.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I'll be brief. Thank you very much for inviting me to this network. I'm really looking forward to it, as I never cooperated with so many lawyers before. So I'm quite sure from your presentations, I see you do have a bit of a different perspective than what I'm used to or people I work with mainly, which I guess is great. It's always good to broaden the horizons. Now, I came to academia about 20 years ago. Before that, I was working for a couple of years as an information manager in Soros network in the Balkan region. And being information manager, I was responsible for communication flows on different levels of global organization. So I learned really well from my practical work how transnational organizations or global organizations even, Soros Foundation is a global one, how it works. And in 2003, I got offered to become a researcher by our state. I took the opportunity, and this was my topic, the role of social capital in formation of European level civil society.
So my framework were social capital theories, and I looked at possibilities of transnational civil society organization and possible spill-offs of that trend, that networking, to encouraging people to actually be more active participants, both on local, national, and especially EU level. That spill out is a difficult one because, well, my research then mainly focused on the expert issues, expert civil society. I was fortunate enough at the time that our institute where I was working was a part of 6th framework program. So we worked with Beate Koch and Annette Zimmer, which at the time were very famous in this research. And I did that for about 10 years, published some articles with also colleagues, but then at my faculty, kind of a need occurred that somebody would specialize more in media and in communication studies. We had a lot of sociologists, so I kind of liked it, and I had the background in that field. So I was looking for a concept that would kind of differentiate my work from the one that was being performed both at our faculty or in Slovenia, because I come from a private institution. So we need to raise funds, and most of the funds we raise are from abroad. So you need to be competitive. It's good to work in the niche. And also I still work for applicative projects for businesses, which is quite a different story compared to a very scientific publishing oriented projects. So at that time, I found around 2010 a very interesting concept called media literacy. Nobody was really studying that much. And I like to use system theory, but also constructivist approaches to establishing how do audience perceive media messages. So I guess you do similarly. You ask yourself, before I was listening, how do people perceive messages, and how do they decide on their political orientation, which then affects their participation in democratic systems. So I kind of started to follow, I don't know if you know, René Hobbes is like a school of thought, has developed a school of thought in media literacy, where media literacy, included also digital media literacy, is thought of as the ability to use different media, different digital tools, but then also ability to reflect on the media content. So in my research, I'm interested also in how do people perceive the media, how they choose media messages, whether they are critical or they are, what habits they build. And also how, the third component is how people are able to participate in, be active in communication, digital communication flows. So since, I think in 2013 was the first year I got awarded some funds to do research on this topic. And since then, I've been running in Slovenia, it's called Infrastructure Program on Media Literacy program that has been prolonged for 3 times now. And I'm very happy to say that I have funds until 2027, which is encouraging, yes. We've been doing surveys, quantitative mainly and qualitative, mainly on national representative samples about different target groups of population, let's say children, high school students, elderly population, parents of small children, parents of primary school children, disabled. Every year we do a different target population, and we gather information about their media habits, their reflection, their perceptions, their abilities to use, and also we try to capture how do they behave, their ability to be active in a digital environment. And now we are in the second round of surveys. Now we did from 2013 to 2020. Every year we surveyed a special target population. Now we are doing the second round, so we have started to compare with very similar survey questionnaires. So now we are able to see the trends in the way people use digital media, how they perceive them, how they educate their children. And it's getting very exciting, but also a bit frustrating because the results show that the progress, the digital progress is much quicker than people have the ability to adapt. So a lot of issues and problems do occur, even though I prefer to finding solutions to digital problems. Now lately from the research, we just find many new issues. So my Jean Monnet module combines civil society knowledge and media literacy. It was a 3-year project on how to foster active citizenship by applying the concept of media literacy. And with students and various stakeholders in Slovenia, we have discussed over the course of 3 years. First year, we focused on what actually is active civic participation with students. What does it mean? How to be active? Why to be active? What's public? What's private? So, and the second year, we had this issue of, now, if we are active in a public sphere, how to know which information are credible, because the idea of democracy depends on free media, credible media, and now all the youngsters are online on social media. The spread of disinformation is enormous. So how to find credible media that will support the active citizenship? But first, the first year was how to find motivation. And now the third year was more or less around the issue of how to educate citizens from very young age, but also through life, how to educate people to, after they have decided to be active, after they have been a passive recipient of everyday news, to, in a nice manner, with etiquette, with style, with politeness, participate in digital communication in a rational, emotional calm, without fundamentalism, without without hate speech, for instance, how to participate in digital communication in contemporary societies. Okay, so this is more or less, I have some publications, so we just have some articles that we're developing with our colleagues. Maybe I should mention 2 recent works, which I found very interesting. They were actually published also in Spanish. I hope they're translated nicely in a journal titled Comunicar. I'm mentioning this because I'm a part of a group where we try to apply sociological concept from Margaret Archer to communication studies field of media education, and it's working very nicely. So this is one of the projects where we are trying to do more theoretical work, but the majority of my research was more applicative and oriented. So that's it.
Thank you very much.
So I think with that we finish for today. We will have dinner. We will meet in Asian art.
Yeah, Theresian Art or Theresian Gate is just next to your hotels. So what I propose, it's close to 5 p.m. So our Polish friends will have enough time to move and to follow the election debate. And then I think it would be fine enough to meet at 6:30. Because then it's less than 20 minutes walk. And originally I planned to take you for a longer walk, but the weather is not so nice. So I will take you just from the shortcut. I will use the shortcuts to get to the place where we will have a dinner. So let's meet something like 18:30 or 18:30. It will be a time of leaving the place. And near the Theresian Gate or Theresian Tor or Theresian Arch. It's just in front of the Theresian Spa. There is a small park, and on the edge of it there is a brick something. It used to be the part of the city walls. Now it's the only gate. Which is called Theresian because it was built when the Maria Theresia, the Empress, was entering the city. That's how the things were done in history, because Maria Theresia was about to come to Olomouc, and they built a whole big art for Empress to come. So Theresian Gate will be our meeting point. And then I will take you through the city. We will cross also all the historical building of our university to get to a long story short, a eatery and bakery, which is one of the most fancy and I think very popular, most popular restaurant in Olomouc. Not the most expensive, because we have also another one here in Olomouc, but it is not possible to arrange a dinner there a month before. You need to arrange it in half a year before, which is the Entrée restaurant, one of the most popular restaurants and 2 times best restaurants in Czech Republic. But eatery and bakery, it was in some competition, and it was it had a silver medal. So last year it was the 2nd best restaurant in the Czech Republic. So I hope you will enjoy it. And we'll have a nice evening there to continue our debate on most of the interesting things, because it's very full of inspiration. Even listening of you is enriching all the focus. So thank you very much for participating. Take something with you, because it is supposed to be for 15 people, but we are some 12. But still, there is a lot of things and a lot of nice sweets, so you can take something, have also the coffee, and then we'll meet 18:30 at this Theresian Gate. You have my number also, my phone number in the email. So just in case you will get lost, you can call me, but I'll be around.
So that's in front of the hotel Theresian?
Yeah, just actually in front of the Theresian. It's very close to, if you come out of the Trinity Hotel to a main street where the trams are going, and you will, Trinity is behind you, and you will look to the left, you will see the gate. It's a gate from nothing to nothing, because the city walls are missing. The only gate is there. So it's something like in Paris, they have this L'Arc de Triomphe, we have the Theresian Gate. Smaller one. Smaller but the same. But not commemorating any victory, just commemorating the visit of Maria Theresia.
So at a little bit late. Because the debate finished at 7:30, just after the.
I will be able to get to there.
Yes, I'm working on the